This audiobook takes you beyond effort, beyond waiting, beyond struggle. Inside, you'll discover how reality truly bends, how unseen forces obey your inner state, and why the future you crave is closer than you think. If nothing has worked before, it's because no one showed you this. Until now. In a forgotten corner of Paris in 1927, tucked between two crumbling bookshops on Rue des Martyrs, there stood a door that few noticed. It was made of heavy oak, scarred and worn, blending seamlessly with the alley's ancient stones. To the casual passerby, it was nothing more than a service entrance, an afterthought in a street filled with color and noise. Yet those who entered reported something peculiar. Time seemed to slow, colors grew sharper, and problems that weighed heavily outside the door dissolved into mist within. Emile Rousseau, a humble clockmaker burdened by the collapse of his business, stumbled upon it one rain-slick evening. Desperation clawed at his chest as he leaned against the door for shelter, and to his astonishment, it yielded. Inside there was no shopkeeper, no sign of commerce, only a circular room lined with books he could not read, and mirrors that reflected not his tired frame, but a man radiant with possibility. That night, Emile's life changed, though he could never explain how. It was not the door itself that held power. It was what it represented, an invisible threshold that had always existed, hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone to realize they could simply walk through it. What most fail to see is that life is filled with these invisible doorways. They are not marked by signs or grand events. They appear in the quiet moments when the mind softens, when expectation gives way to openness, when striving exhausts itself into stillness. True change has never been locked behind effort or worthiness. It has always been as close as breath, as near as the choice to see differently. The universe does not withhold transformation. It only waits for recognition. Like the hidden door in Paris, opportunities for radical change are woven into the fabric of every day, missed only because the mind, conditioned to expect struggle, overlooks them. Emile would later describe the moment as a kind of soft collision, where the world he had known fell away without resistance. He did not force his life to change. He simply stepped through the reality that had been waiting for him all along. It is the same for you. Transformation does not demand more effort, more searching, more fixing. It asks only for a subtle shift, a willingness to notice that perhaps the barriers you believed were solid are nothing more than illusions waiting to dissolve. The doorway you seek is not in the future. It is now, here, silent and invisible, ready for your awareness to make it real. The ancient ritual of doorway recognition begins with stillness. Once today, find a quiet space, close your eyes, and imagine standing before a simple, unmarked door. Feel the certainty that what lies beyond it is not something to be earned, but something already yours. When you are ready, see yourself stepping through. Do not visualize what happens next. Simply step, knowing that on the other side, reality reshapes itself in response to your willingness to move beyond the known. In the days that follow, watch for small invitations, a conversation, a feeling, a decision point where life offers you a new way. Recognize these hidden thresholds and step boldly, knowing the doorway was never locked. It was only waiting for you to see. In the winter of 1931, beneath the flickering gaslights of a London cafe, Margaret Ellsworth stirred her tea absent-mindedly, her mind heavy with the burden of another year spent chasing dreams that always seemed to evaporate just beyond reach. Across from her sat a friend, an aging poet, whose works were little known but whose eyes burned with a quiet certainty. Between them hung a single sentence, spoken almost in passing, but cutting sharper than any blade. Maybe it's not the world that must change, Margaret. Maybe it's how you are seeing it. The words seemed to hang in the smoky air, vibrating against her very bones. In that moment, something inside her splintered, not painfully, but with the sudden precision of ice cracking under warmth. The world outside the window remained the same. Gray streets, hurried footsteps, an endless churn of struggle. But inside Margaret, an unseen axis tilted. She no longer waited for life to confirm her hopes. She became the confirmation. That night, the old world she had known began to quietly fall apart, not because life altered itself, but because her perception fractured the illusion that had kept her bound. The truth hidden from most eyes is this: reality is not a solid wall. It is a mirror, one that bends and reshapes according to the lens through which it is viewed. Most people spend their lives rearranging the furniture inside a house, never realizing that a single cracked window distorts the entire view outside. When that window clears, the landscape itself changes, not because the land shifted, but because sight itself was reborn. This moment of fracture is not a grand event. It rarely announces itself with fireworks or revelation. It often comes softly, carried on a sentence, a realization, a quiet exhaustion of the old ways. But when it comes, it unravels the invisible strings that tied you to a lesser world. Margaret would later say that everything changed from that one evening, though nothing visible seemed to shift at first. She no longer clung to her worn manuscripts with desperation. She no longer begged the world to recognize her worth. She walked differently, spoke differently, chose differently. Within months, a local publisher, whom she had met countless times before without result, suddenly saw her with new eyes. Her poems, unchanged in ink but transformed in spirit, were published to great acclaim. The world had not been waiting to change. It had been waiting for her to see differently. The ancient ritual of perception fracture begins with a question. Find a moment today to pause and ask yourself quietly, what if nothing outside needs to change? What if the shift I seek is only a breath away, hidden in the way I am seeing? Do not rush to answer. Let the question itself loosen the roots of old beliefs. Carry it with you like a secret note in your pocket. Watch how small things, a conversation, a missed bus, a sudden feeling of peace, begin to reveal cracks in the old world. Through these cracks, the new light enters. Through these unseen fractures, everything begins. In the sweltering heat of a Texas summer in 1937, Henry Lawson sat hunched over the broken engine of his battered truck, cursing under his breath. For 3 days he had fought it, tightening bolts harder, pulling levers with more force, pouring all his strength into muscles worn raw from effort. Yet each attempt only seemed to make the situation worse. The engine coughed and sputtered defiantly, resisting every blow of his will. On the 4th day, exhausted beyond rage, Henry slumped back against the wheel and for the first time simply breathed. He loosened his grip, stopped forcing, and let his hands move without aggression, following the feel of the machine rather than wrestling it. Within minutes, the problem revealed itself. A simple valve, misaligned, easily corrected with the lightest touch. As the engine roared back to life, Henry realized the bitter truth. It was not that he had not tried hard enough. It was that trying harder had been the very thing blocking the solution. What Henry stumbled upon that day is an ancient but invisible law, one that few recognize because it hides beneath the surface of ordinary logic, the law of reverse effort. In this world, what you chase with desperation runs from you. What you clutch with fear slips through your fingers. The harder you strain toward a goal, the more life seems to place invisible barriers in your path. Not because the universe is cruel, but because effort born of force signals lack. It tells reality, I do not have this and I must wrestle it into existence. And reality, ever the faithful mirror, obeys by reflecting back more struggle. The true architects of effortless success have always known this, though they rarely speak of it openly. The great inventors, the healers, the sages, they learned to move not against reality, but with it, guiding with the lightest touch. allowing unseen forces to do the heavy lifting. Force tightens. It narrows the field of possibility. It blinds the mind to the elegant paths that only openness can reveal. When you stop pushing, something miraculous happens. Life flows toward you, not because you demanded it, but because you finally got out of its way. Henry's life changed after that afternoon. No longer did he tackle problems with gritted teeth and knotted fists. He learned the subtle art of aligned action, acting not from frustration but from inner clarity. His repairs became faster, his farm more prosperous, and curiously, even his relationships softened and flourished. He discovered that true power was not in exertion, but in alignment, in moving with the current instead of against it. The ancient ritual of reverse effort begins with surrender. Today, identify one area where you have been forcing an outcome, perhaps a conversation, a financial goal, or a personal habit. For the next 24 hours, release the struggle. Set the intention clearly, then step back. Trust that the solution exists and let it rise naturally without pushing. Watch how life, unburdened by your grasp, begins to unfold on its own with a grace that no amount of force could ever create. In the misty pre-dawn hours of 1932, along the worn railways outside Boston, Samuel Whitaker paced the platform, a telegram crumpled tightly in his hand. The news was final. The bank was foreclosing on his family's farm, the land his grandfather had cleared by hand and heart. For weeks, Samuel had fought, petitioning city officials, bargaining with lenders, pleading with anyone who would listen. Each step only seemed to deepen the quicksand beneath him. That morning, as the first train rumbled into the station, a quiet weariness overtook him. Not defeat, but a profound stillness, as if a heavy door somewhere inside had swung open. Samuel exhaled, releasing the frantic urge to fix everything, and simply sat down on a wooden bench, his heart bare to whatever might come. It was in that surrendered silence that an old acquaintance recognized him and struck up a conversation, one that would, unknowingly, reroute the entire course of Samuel's life. The acquaintance, newly employed by a rail company, mentioned a need for land along the planned expansion route. By week's end, Samuel's farm was saved, purchased at a price that cleared his debts and secured his future. None of this could have been forced. It was born the moment Samuel let go. Most are taught that surrender is weakness, a white flag waved in the face of reality's indifference. Yet the ancient wisdom, whispered through ages and hidden beneath layers of human striving, speaks a different truth. Surrender is the master key. It unlocks codes reality cannot reveal while you are still trying to control it. When you grip tightly, you signal fear. You constrict the river of possibilities to a thin trickle of only what your mind can imagine. But when you let go, not from apathy but from trust, you make room for the intelligence of life itself to move on your behalf. Surrender does not mean abandoning desire. It means releasing the heavy need to hammer life into the shape of your expectations. Samuel would later say that losing the farm he thought he was saving would have crushed him. Saving it in the way he never could have predicted liberated him. He saw clearly that letting go did not mean doing nothing. It meant stopping the frantic interference with a reality wiser than he could fathom. It meant stepping back so that the unseen forces could step forward. The ancient ritual of sacred surrender begins in the heart. Choose one goal or burden that has felt immovable, one weight that you have carried with grinding effort. Close your eyes and imagine placing it in the center of a flowing river. Watch it float, not away from you, but into the currents of a deeper intelligence. Today, refrain from grasping at it mentally. Trust that life has received your intent. Let go of the outcome. Watch how, without your pushing, small alignments begin to appear, unexpected conversations, sudden clarity, new doorways opening where none seem to exist. In surrender, you do not lose power. You gain the assistance of forces far greater than your own. In the dry hills of New Mexico in 1939, Elena Martinez stood before her barren fields, the cracked earth mocking her every effort. For months she had battled the drought with all her might, hauling water by hand, planting seed after seed with a determination that bordered on desperation. Each refusal to yield, each act of willful defiance, only seemed to deepen the land's silence. The harder she fought against what was, the more reality pressed back. One evening, after another fruitless day, Elena collapsed beneath the twisted branches of an ancient mesquite tree and stared up at the sky. Her body too tired to fight, her spirit finally emptied of resistance. In that hollow space, something unexpected stirred. A thought, not from the mind, but from somewhere deeper, arose with startling clarity. Stop fighting and start listening. That night, Elena walked her fields differently. Instead of battling the land, she studied it, asked of it, attuned herself to the subtle signs she had once ignored. Within weeks, she began planting crops that thrived with minimal water, adjusting not the land to her will, but herself to its rhythms. Her farm flourished, not by overpowering reality, but by entering into harmony with it. What Elena discovered that summer is a truth hidden from those who believe life must be conquered to be lived. Resistance is a declaration of war against what is, and reality, faithful and obedient, reflects back the same hostility. When you fight your circumstances, when you tense against them with bitterness or fear, you do not dismantle them, you reinforce them. Energy flows where attention goes, and resistance is a fierce attention to what you despise. In attempting to overpower the present, you entangle yourself more tightly within it, like a bird fighting harder against the net that binds it, each movement weaving the threads tighter. Resonance, however, is a different song entirely. It is not a passive acceptance, but an active alignment. It is the art of finding the current beneath the surface chaos and flowing with it, allowing it to carry you toward transformation. It requires humility, the courage to acknowledge that the universe is not your enemy, but your mirror. It asks you to feel the shape of things, to move with life's breath, rather than against its tides. Elena's farm became a testament to this invisible law. She found new crops, new techniques, new abundance, all hidden within the very circumstances she once cursed. By aligning with the true nature of her environment instead of resisting it, doors opened that brute force could never have unlocked. The ancient ritual of resonance begins with listening. Today, choose one area where you have been resisting life, a stubborn relationship, a frustrating delay, a personal struggle. Instead of pushing harder, pause and listen. What is this situation asking of you? What flow is hidden beneath the surface tension? Move with it, even if only in thought at first. Watch how the energy shifts, how new pathways quietly reveal themselves. In resonance, life no longer stands against you. It moves through you and with you, singing a song of transformation that resistance could never hear. In the crowded streets of 1940 Chicago, Thomas Avery perfected his speeches. He rehearsed every word, practiced every inflection, polished every phrase until his voice could glide like silk across a room. Yet no matter how carefully he crafted his presentations, he noticed something unsettling. The deals he pursued often slipped away. The partnerships he sought withered without warning. One autumn evening, after a particularly devastating rejection, Thomas sat alone in a smoky jazz bar, replaying every word he had spoken. Had he said something wrong? Had he failed to convince? As the band played a slow, aching melody, a realization stole over him like the creeping warmth of the bourbon in his glass. It wasn't what he was saying, it was what he was radiating beneath the words. A current of need, of hidden doubt, of trying too hard to appear certain, when inside he was anything but. Reality, he saw with sudden clarity, was not responding to the script he spoke aloud. It was responding to the silent frequency he carried underneath. Most are taught to believe that words are the instruments of creation, that if the right phrases are chosen, life will bend to command. But words, though powerful, are merely surface signals. The deeper language, the one reality truly hears, is vibrational, energetic, silent. You cannot declare abundance while vibrating fear and expect the world to mistake your words for your truth. You cannot affirm love while broadcasting loneliness and hope the universe overlooks the contradiction. Energy is the real speech. It is what you cannot fake, what you cannot decorate with clever phrasing. Reality reads you like a tuning fork reads a song, not by the lyrics, but by the vibration of the note. Thomas's life shifted after that night. He abandoned his obsession with perfect wording and turned inward. He tended first to his inner frequency, speaking to himself not with hollow affirmations, but by generating the feeling state of the outcomes he desired. He walked into meetings radiating quiet confidence before he ever spoke a word. He carried the signal of abundance in his body, in his breath, long before he spoke of opportunity. And the world, in its faithful obedience to vibration, began to respond differently. Meetings flowed easily. Partnerships blossomed, opportunities found him instead of being chased. It was not because he said better things, it was because he became a clearer signal. The ancient ritual of energetic alignment begins with presence. Before any important interaction today, whether a conversation, a decision, or a simple moment of self-reflection, pause and check your signal. Close your eyes, feel the emotional current running through you. Is it fear, doubt, confidence, joy? Shift it consciously if needed, not by changing your words, but by changing your state. Choose the vibration that matches the outcome you wish to live, and let your words flow from there naturally. Reality is listening, not to your speech, but to the music beneath it. Tune your instrument, and life will dance to your true song. In the golden haze of a late summer evening in 1936, Eleanor Hartwell wandered the narrow lanes of Charleston's old quarter, her worn leather portfolio tucked tightly under her arm. Inside were sketches, dreams, desperate plans to launch a design business that, no matter how fiercely she chased clients and pleaded for attention, refused to take flight. Her days had become a blur of pursuit, her nights restless with the exhaustion of unanswered efforts. On that evening, with the scent of salt in the humid air and the slow hum of crickets rising from the marshes, something inside her gave way. It wasn't defeat, not quite. It was a kind of quiet surrender, an exhale from the soul that whispered, "Enough." Eleanor sat on the steps of an abandoned chapel, released her grip on her dreams, and decided, not bitterly but tenderly, to stop chasing. To her surprise, the world did not go dark. It brightened. Within a week, the owner of a new boutique happened to see her sketching by the harbor and asked to commission several designs. Within months, her business flourished, not because she ran harder, but because she had finally stopped running. There is a paradox woven into the fabric of reality, hidden from those who only know how to strive. When you chase, life runs. The act of chasing affirms separation. It declares to the universe, "I do not have this thing I seek, and so I must pursue it." And in accordance with the laws of reflection, the universe answers, "Yes, you do not have it." Each desperate attempt sends ripples of absence out into the field of possibility, ripples that return as continued lack. In chasing, you amplify distance. In resting, you collapse it. When Eleanor loosened her white-knuckled grip on how her dream must unfold, she created the space necessary for life to meet her halfway. Her energy softened, became receptive instead of grasping. Without the frantic noise of pursuit clouding her signal, opportunities could find her. She realized, almost with awe, that she had been blocking her own blessings, not through laziness or lack of passion, but through the heavy fog of her need. When she stepped back, the blessings could see her. The invisible truth is that the universe is not static. It is alive, intelligent, responding in real time to your internal state. Chasing is a signal of lack. Allowing is a signal of trust, and trust is a magnet. It calls to the things your heart longs for with a pull infinitely stronger than effort alone could ever produce. The ancient ritual of receptive magnetism begins with a vow. Today, pick one thing you have been chasing, a goal, a relationship, a milestone, and declare silently, I release the chase. I trust it is already finding me. Each time the urge to run after it arises, pause and breathe. Return to the knowing that what is truly yours does not need to be hunted down. It will recognize your signal and find its way to your open hands. In stillness, you do not become passive. You become magnetic. And life, like iron to the lodestone, begins to rush toward you. In a quiet boarding house tucked between the dusty brick buildings of 1941 St. Louis, Josephine Clark folded linens with a precision that spoke of years spent trying to earn invisible approval. Each neat corner, each careful crease was a silent plea. Notice me, allow me, tell me I am enough. Her dreams of becoming a writer lay hidden between laundry lists and grocery receipts, dismissed as frivolous by a world that spoke in terms of duty and survival. For years, she waited for someone to recognize her gift, for circumstances to improve, for a permission slip that would bless her secret longing with legitimacy. One gray afternoon, as she smoothed the last sheet and stared out the window at a world that never seemed to call her name, a thought bloomed unbidden. What if no permission was ever coming? What if it was never needed? The realization hit her not like thunder, but like a gentle clearing of the mist. In that quiet moment, Josephine walked to her small writing desk, pulled out a blank sheet of paper, and began to write, not because she had been given permission, but because she finally understood she had always had it. The illusion of worthiness is one of the deepest traps that binds human hearts. From childhood, so many are conditioned to believe that worth must be bestowed from outside, that some invisible council must review and approve their desires before action can be taken. They wait for signs, for accolades, for a nod from an authority they have unknowingly imagined into being. Yet the truth, ancient and simple, has always been this: no permission slip exists outside of you. Worth is not earned, it is not negotiated, it is not proved. It is inherent, absolute, woven into your existence, like breath into lungs. Josephine's life began to unfurl the moment she stopped seeking authorization. Her stories, once confined to journals, found their way into local newspapers. Her name, once whispered in private dreams, appeared in print, not because the world suddenly decided she was worthy, but because she finally decided to act as if she already was. The world, ever the faithful mirror, adjusted itself accordingly. The unseen law is clear. When you embody worthiness without proof, life reflects that embodiment back to you. Waiting for permission is like standing before a mirror and demanding that it smile first. You must become the thing you seek to see. The ancient ritual of sovereign claiming begins with a declaration. Find a quiet moment today and place your hand over your heart. Speak aloud or silently. I am already worthy. My dreams are valid because they are mine. Then take one action, no matter how small, that you have been delaying until you felt ready. Write the first sentence. Apply for the opportunity. Begin the painting. Make the call. Do not wait for certainty to find you. Move first, and certainty will follow. Remember, no gatekeeper stands between you and your destiny, but the one you imagine. And that gatekeeper dissolves the moment you no longer believe it is real. In the spring of 1935, along the winding coastal roads of Maine, Charles Dunning clutched a weathered map as if it were a lifeline. The ink was faded, the paper torn from years of being folded and refolded, but Charles believed it contained the precise path to the hidden village where a new life awaited him. For days he followed it religiously, trudging through thick forests, over rocky hills, across rivers swollen with snowmelt. Yet every landmark it promised seemed either vanished or misplaced. Every shortcut led to a dead end. Blisters tore at his heels, his provisions dwindled, and frustration grew thick in his chest like smoke. Late one evening, as twilight draped the world in violet hues, Charles threw the map into a stream, the ink bleeding away like a memory. He sank to the earth, exhausted, and for the first time simply looked around without expectation. In the gathering dusk, he noticed a footpath worn into the grass by countless unseen travelers, a path his map had never shown. He followed it without knowing where it led, guided not by plans but by presence. By morning, he found himself standing in the village square he had sought, welcomed by strangers who had known the way all along. The lesson hidden in Charles's journey is one that life whispers but few dare to hear. The map you were given was wrong, not because those who handed it to you were malicious, but because no one outside of you could ever chart the terrain of your soul's unfolding. Most live imprisoned by invisible maps, rules, expectations, timelines that promise safety but deliver only struggle. These maps declare when you must succeed, how you must love, what dreams are acceptable, and which must be abandoned. They seduce you with the illusion that if you follow perfectly, happiness will surely meet you at the end. Yet all the while, life waits quietly outside the prescribed routes, in the untamed beauty of what you cannot predict. When Charles abandoned the map, he did not lose his way. He found it. Freed from rigid instructions, he was able to sense what no diagram could teach, the subtle cues of the land, the silent invitations of the unfolding moment. Life does not require you to fight your way forward. It invites you to trust that you are already standing on sacred ground, even when the path ahead disappears into mist. The ancient ritual of map burning begins with honesty. Find a quiet space today and write down one area of your life where you have been following someone else's map, perhaps a career, a relationship ideal, or a definition of success that feels increasingly hollow. Then, in a symbolic act of liberation, destroy it, burn it, tear it, release it into the wind. Whisper to yourself, I am free to navigate by feeling, not by force. In the days that follow, notice the new footpaths appearing where before you saw only dead ends. Trust these subtle signs. Life, unburdened by the need to fit old maps, reveals a terrain far richer than anything you were taught to expect. In the narrow corridors of a bustling New York publishing house in 1942, Lillian Moore sorted manuscripts with mechanical precision, her hands swift, her mind heavy with resignation. Day after day, she handled the dreams of others, novels bursting with hope, poetry shimmering with possibility, while her own aspirations remained locked behind a wall she could not name. She told herself stories to soften the ache. The timing wasn't right. She wasn't ready. The world was not yet open to someone like her. Yet somewhere deep within, a quiet defiance stirred, faint but persistent, whispering that perhaps it was not the world that needed to open, but something inside her. One rainy afternoon, after a long day of silent surrender, Lillian paused before her reflection in the glass doors of the building. For a brief, trembling moment, she allowed herself to imagine that she was not merely a secretary but a celebrated editor, guiding voices into the world. She didn't just think it, she felt it. The certainty, the presence, the inevitability. It was a fragile seed, planted in unseen soil. She stepped into the rain, unaware that in that instant, the architecture of her reality had already begun to shift. The unseen law of transformation is simple, yet most live their entire lives oblivious to its power. Inner reality precedes outer change. The mind, conditioned by visible cause and effect, seeks proof before belief, signs before certainty. But reality, ever loyal to the deeper laws, moves in reverse. Belief is the cause. Manifestation is the effect. To wait for life to validate your new identity before embodying it is to remain forever waiting, caught in an endless loop of unmet potential. The external world is not the birthplace of change, it is its mirror. In the weeks that followed her silent declaration, Lillian began to move differently through the corridors she once crept through unseen. She spoke with the quiet authority of someone who belonged. She offered suggestions without apology. She took small, fearless actions that signaled to life itself that she was no longer waiting. And life, obedient to the vibration she carried, responded. A senior editor, noticing her insight, invited her to review a manuscript. Her notes, sharp and intuitive, caught the attention of the entire board. Within a year, Lillian was promoted to editor, her name finally etched into the very industry she once viewed from behind glass. The sacred ritual of inner anchoring begins with embodiment. Today, choose one outcome you long for, a role, a relationship, a reality you have dreamed of but delayed. Close your eyes and feel yourself already there. Not wishing, not hoping, knowing. Let that version of yourself fill your body like a current, strong and effortless. Then move through your day as if it were already true. Speak, decide, carry yourself from that place. Watch how the outer world, ever the faithful reflection of your inner command, begins rearranging itself to match. New outcomes are not summoned by force. They are born from the silent revolution within. In a quiet suburb of Philadelphia in 1938, Harold Benton lived what he called an ordinary life. He rose early, tied the same worn boots, clocked in at the same manufacturing plant, and carried with him the invisible weight of being just another man trying to get by. No matter how hard he worked, opportunities slipped through his fingers. Recognition eluded him, and advancement seemed reserved for others. Each night he would sit by his modest fireplace, wondering why life refused to open its doors. One evening, while leafing through a battered book, left behind by a transient guest at his boarding house, Harold stumbled across a line that rooted him to his chair. Life does not give you what you want. It gives you who you are. At first, he scoffed. Surely effort, surely sacrifice should count for something, but the words burrowed deeper, unsettling the foundation he had built his identity upon. What if it wasn't the world that had labeled him small? What if it was he who had worn that label like a second skin? The next morning, something subtle but seismic shifted. Harold didn't change his job or his circumstances overnight. He changed the way he moved through them. He no longer approached his work as a man scraping to survive. He moved as a leader would move, as someone whose value was self-evident, not subject to external approval. Within weeks, the supervisors began noticing him, seeking his input, offering responsibilities he had once believed were out of reach. Promotions followed. New doors appeared where only walls had stood before. It was not magic, it was law. He had not forced the world to treat him differently. He had become someone new, and the world, ever the faithful reflection, adjusted to match. This is the silent architecture of reality. It does not respond to your words, your appearances, or your effort alone. It responds to your identity, the deep signal of who you believe yourself to be without needing to speak it aloud. To try to change your circumstances without changing your self-concept is to build a castle on shifting sand. You may achieve temporary victories, but they collapse under the weight of the identity that called them forth. When you change who you are being, what happens to you must change. It is the simplest and most overlooked law of creation. The ancient ritual of identity invocation begins with a bold decision. Choose one area of life today where you have been waiting for change. Close your eyes and envision the version of yourself who already lives effortlessly within that change. Feel their posture, hear their voice, sense their certainty. Then, for one full day, act as that version would act, not by forcing but by naturally expressing from that place. Notice how differently people respond. Notice how differently doors open. For the world does not follow your commands. It follows the silent music of your being. Change that music, and the entire dance of life must change with it. In a cramped tailor shop on the edge of San Francisco's bustling Market Street in 1933, Victor Malone stitched jackets and hemmed trousers with a speed that few could rival. His hands moved with a kind of desperate determination, believing that if he simply worked harder, if he completed more garments in less time, success would surely follow. Yet despite the blisters on his fingers and the endless late nights, prosperity remained a distant mirage. One evening, as he sat alone by the dim light of a single oil lamp, Victor watched a new tailor across the street open his doors. This newcomer, by contrast, moved slowly, deliberately, taking time with every customer. He did not rush. He did not strain. Yet within weeks, Victor noticed that the new shop was buzzing with visitors, while his own remained quiet. Confusion gave way to a painful clarity. It was not the volume of action that summoned success. It was the vibration carried within the action itself. The world whispers this lesson constantly, but it often falls on ears trained only to hear the language of effort. Being precedes doing. Vibration, the invisible emotional and energetic state you occupy, outweighs sheer action every time. You can labor from fear, hustle from scarcity, strive from unworthiness, and the world will mirror back the struggle, the lack, the separation you broadcast beneath. Now, your actions. Or you can act from fullness, from calm certainty, from inner abundance, and reality, ever faithful, will return the same. It is not that action does not matter, it does. But action birthed from a strained, fractured vibration carries the signature of its origin. The seed determines the tree. Victor, realizing this, began a slow transformation. Before touching a spool of thread, he would center himself. He would summon the feeling of satisfaction as if his shop were already thriving. He infused his work with quiet pride, with a relaxed certainty that his craftsmanship mattered. He stitched not to survive, but to express his worth. Without fanfare, changes began to bloom. Customers lingered longer. Word of mouth spread. His work became sought after not because he stitched faster, but because he stitched from a different frequency. Prosperity found him when he no longer chased it with frantic hands. The ancient ritual of vibrational alignment begins with stillness. Before engaging in any task today, pause. Feel the state from which you are about to act. If it is urgency, fear, or resentment, stop. Close your eyes. Breathe into a new vibration. The feeling of already being successful, already being safe, already being seen. Act only once you are anchored in this higher state. Notice how the quality of your doing changes. Notice how outcomes shift without an increase in effort. Life does not reward the one who works the hardest. It rewards the one who vibrates in harmony with the outcome they seek. Your vibration is your true action. Your being is your loudest command. Let it sing before your hands even move. In the smoky back rooms of a jazz club in Harlem, 1944, Clara Monroe practiced her music late into the night. Her voice, soft and trembling, drifted through empty chairs and half-filled glasses, longing to be heard. Every evening she closed her eyes and sang her heart into the room, hoping that some influential ear might catch the magic hidden within her notes. Yet night after night, she remained unseen, a whisper against the thunder of larger names. One night, weary from wishing and longing, Clara sat alone on the stage after the last patron had stumbled out. She listened to the silence and for the first time realized something that changed everything. Her music had been asking, pleading, reaching out for validation. She had been singing from the frequency of lack, not from the frequency of already being who she dreamed to be. That night, she made a decision. She would no longer sing as a girl, hoping to be discovered. She would sing as if the world already recognized her brilliance. She would tune herself to the reality she desired, not the reality she feared. Few realize that the outcomes they seek are not distant mountains to be climbed, but frequencies to be tuned into. Just like a radio, life transmits infinite stations, each already existing in its fullness. If you wish for success while vibrating at the frequency of doubt, you cannot hear the station where your success is playing. If you long for love while transmitting loneliness, you cannot receive the channel where love is already alive. Wishing, yearning, craving, these are signals of distance, of separation. Reality responds not to your hopes, but to your tuning. When you adjust your inner frequency to match the experience you desire, the outer world rearranges itself to deliver what is already vibrating in your field. Clara's performances transformed after that night. She no longer sang to be noticed. She sang from the soul of someone who had already arrived. Her voice deepened, her presence expanded, and the entire room seemed to hum differently when she took the stage. Within months, the club owner introduced her to a well-known producer visiting from out of town. By year's end, Clara Monroe's name was on the marquees she once gazed at with longing. She hadn't forced her way into the spotlight. She had tuned into it and allowed it to find her. The ancient ritual of frequency switching begins with conscious embodiment. Choose an outcome today that you have been wishing for. A promotion, a creative breakthrough, a relationship. Close your eyes and ask yourself, what does the version of me, who already lives in this reality, feel like? Confident, grateful, radiant. Then embody that frequency now before any evidence appears. Move through your day from that state, not from hope, but from knowing. Speak, think, breathe from that frequency. Life, obedient to your new signal, will begin echoing back your chosen station. Reality does not withhold from you. It waits patiently for you to tune in. In the gray chill of an October morning in 1930s Edinburgh, Samuel Wren stood before the towering windows of a bookstore where his latest manuscript had just been rejected. His reflection in the glass looked back at him, tired, defeated, small. For months, Samuel had poured his soul into his writing, desperate for recognition, aching for some sign that his work mattered. But every letter returned unread, every door remained closed, every smile from a publisher seemed tight and rehearsed. Samuel pressed his forehead against the cold glass, and in that fleeting moment he saw something he had missed entirely. It wasn't the world that was judging him, it was him. His reflection mirrored not just his physical form, but the beliefs he carried silently within him. The belief that he was unworthy, that he was an outsider peering into a world he could not touch. Life, he realized with a jolt, was not punishing him. It was showing him himself. Most spend their lives misinterpreting the mirror. They believe that life rewards some and punishes others based on mysterious rules, that outcomes are random or based on external worth. But reality does not judge. It does not weigh your merits or tally your mistakes. It simply reflects precisely and faithfully the dominant truths you hold about yourself. If you see yourself as overlooked, life mirrors situations that affirm that story. If you carry the quiet certainty of belonging, doors swing open without force. The mirror is neutral. It shows without bias, without anger, without pity. It reveals the contents of your inner world, painted across the vast canvas of experience. Samuel's life did not change because a publisher finally took pity. It changed because he did. That morning, standing before the glass, he whispered to himself words that felt both foreign and powerful. I belong here. My voice matters. He repeated them not as empty affirmations, but as seeds he chose to plant despite the barren ground of past experience. He carried that truth into his work, into the way he walked into rooms, into the way he wrote his next manuscript. And slowly, the mirror shifted. Editors began to take notice. Readers responded with warmth. Opportunities emerged from places that had seemed sealed shut. Not because life decided he was finally worthy, but because Samuel stopped asking for permission and chose to see himself differently. The mirror had no choice but to reflect the change. The ancient ritual of mirror recalibration begins with witnessing. Today, choose one area of your life that feels stuck or unfair. Instead of fighting it or pleading for it to change, pause and ask, what part of me is this mirroring? What belief, what expectation, what vibration does this reflect? Without judgment, simply observe. Then craft a new internal image, not of what you wish were true, but of what you choose to embody. Carry this new self-concept into your actions, your thoughts, your silent moments. Watch as life, ever the faithful mirror, reshapes itself to meet the new reflection you offer it. Reality does not argue. It does not punish. It reflects who you dare to become. In a sunlit observatory on the outskirts of Pasadena in 1937, Dr. Elias Monroe adjusted the lens of his telescope with meticulous care, seeking a comet rumored to grace the winter sky. Night after night he peered into the vastness, cataloging stars and movements with scientific precision. But something curious happened one evening as he rested his tired eyes. For just a moment, without calculation or expectation, he allowed his gaze to soften, to simply watch without forcing discovery. And there, shimmering faintly at the edge of perception, the comet appeared, not because he strained harder, but because he finally allowed his observation to widen beyond his narrow focus. It was not his effort that revealed it. It was his attention, free and aware, that made the unseen visible. The deeper truth, long understood by mystics and only recently touched by science, is that observation is not passive. It is active. It shapes. Wherever your focused attention rests, energy gathers. Possibilities that once floated unseen collapse into form under the gaze of conscious observation. The mind, conditioned to believe that only action moves the world, often underestimates the invisible power of focus. Yet reality is not simply unfolding around you. It is responding to the subtle sculpting pressure of your attention. The observer does not just watch the world. The observer creates it. Most move through life with scattered attention, glancing briefly at desires before turning their energy back toward doubts, fears, or distractions. They wonder why manifestation feels so elusive, never realizing that their true creative force, their focused consciousness, is splintered, weak, divided among 1,000 conflicting visions. Manifestation is not a matter of wishing harder or working longer. It is a matter of seeing clearly and steadily until what you see crystallizes into form. Dr. Monroe's discovery did not end with the comet. He began to apply the same principle to his personal life. Instead of worrying over results or forcing solutions, he practiced deliberate observation, holding the feeling of desired outcomes gently but persistently in his mind's eye. Opportunities once hidden began to emerge. Solutions once tangled began to unravel. Life became a mirror reflecting back the constancy of his gaze. The ancient ritual of sacred observation begins with a single point of focus. Choose today one desire that has been flickering in and out of your mind like a fragile flame. Set aside 5 minutes. Sit quietly. Close your eyes and bring that outcome into vivid focus, not with grasping, not with urgency, but with calm certainty. See it, feel it, hold it without forcing. Let your observation be complete, like a still lake reflecting a perfect image. Throughout your day, return to this quiet gaze whenever doubt stirs. Understand that your steady focus is the invitation, the mold into which life pours its substance. You are not here to chase outcomes across a chaotic world. You are here to summon them into being with the quiet, creative authority of your unwavering sight. In watching, you call forth the world. In a narrow alleyway of 1930s Venice, as gondolas drifted lazily through the canals and laughter spilled from candlelit windows, Matteo Russo paused beneath a crumbling archway, his hands deep in the pockets of his worn coat. His life had settled into a gray repetition, days stacking upon each other like bricks, predictable and heavy. Yet that night something peculiar happened. As the moonlight reflected off the water's surface, Matteo felt a strange shift within him, a sensation that the world around him was not as solid, not as fixed as it appeared. He watched the lamplight flicker and thought, what if this is all a dream? Not a fantasy to escape into, but a dream to direct. The idea, fragile at first, grew with every heartbeat. What if life was not happening to him, but through him, like a lucid dream, waiting for the dreamer to remember himself? The next morning, Matteo moved differently. He greeted strangers as if they were old friends he had placed along his path. He approached problems not with dread, but with curiosity, as if knowing that they were scenes in a play he could reframe. His reality, once hard and unyielding, began to soften at the edges. Unexpected opportunities appeared. A job offer from a merchant he had met only briefly, an invitation to perform music at a prestigious gathering, new friendships that felt instantly familiar. It was not that the world had suddenly become more generous. It was that Matteo had awakened within the dream, and through his new awareness began to mold it. Few understand the astonishing truth that underpins reality. Life operates according to the same laws as a dream. Events are not as fixed, outcomes not as predetermined as the waking mind insists. The more you awaken to this, the more fluid and responsive life becomes. Most sleepwalk through their days, believing themselves at the mercy of circumstance, trapped within rigid scripts. But the awakened dreamer knows otherwise. They realize that inner assumptions ripple outward, that unseen intentions sculpt visible scenes, that belief quietly weaves itself into experience. When you remember this, when you walk through your day as a lucid dreamer, aware, deliberate, receptive, you discover that even the most immovable structures can bend, even the most distant desires can draw near. Matteo's life unfolded in ways he never could have orchestrated through force alone. His experiences danced to the tune of his new knowing, and doors that had once seemed bolted shut swung open with barely a push. The ancient ritual of conscious dreaming begins with morning intention. Upon waking tomorrow, before your mind fills with tasks and worries, pause and whisper to yourself, I am awake in my dream. Then move through your day as if you are the creator, not the captive. Assume the world is pliable, ready to respond not to your effort, but to your inner clarity. Smile at strangers, expect serendipity, trust that every step carries the magic of intention. Watch as the dream, once heavy and distant, becomes light, responsive, alive beneath your touch. You were never powerless here. You had only forgotten that you are the dreamer. And now you remember. In the damp corridors of a Parisian theater in 1931, Elise Laurent adjusted the folds of a borrowed costume, her fingers trembling not from cold, but from fear. She had spent years sweeping these very floors, polishing the grand mirrors, hemming the gowns of others. Night after night she watched from the wings as actresses in velvet gowns commanded the adoration of audiences. She whispered her longing into the empty halls after the crowds dispersed, believing that perhaps someday, if fortune noticed her, she too might belong beneath the lights. But fortune never came. One evening, while dusting the stage, Elise caught her own reflection in the great mirror at center stage. In a flash of defiant clarity, she saw the truth. She had been waiting for life to appoint her, for someone to grant her permission, yet no one could confer a crown she had not already placed upon her own head. That night she made an unshakable decision, not a wish, not a hope, but an assumption. She would no longer see herself as the maid who dreamed. She would be the actress. In her heart, she became it long before the world could catch up. Reality, ancient and precise, moves not by accident but by reflection. It bows to the assumptions you hold as truth within yourself. The mind, trained by a lifetime of evidence and doubt, believes it must wait for proof before claiming a new reality. Yet life does not work this way. It follows the blueprint you carry in your consciousness. Assume you are overlooked, and life will mirror it faithfully. Assume you are celebrated, and doors once sealed will creak open under your feet. Assumption is not fantasy. It is the secret architecture that commands the unseen forces into visible form. Elise's transformation did not require a stage manager's blessing. She carried herself differently. She moved with the grace of one who already belonged. She offered to understudy small roles without fear or apology. Her presence, once invisible, became magnetic. When an actress fell ill unexpectedly, it was Elise the director remembered, Elise who stepped into the role, Elise who received the standing ovation. To outsiders, it appeared sudden, even miraculous. But the real work had been done invisibly, in the silent realm of her decision. Reality simply followed the new script she had chosen. The ancient ritual of assumption begins with sovereign choice. Today, identify one aspect of life where you have been waiting for proof, waiting for permission, waiting for signs. Choose instead to assume the identity of the one who already lives the reality you seek. Close your eyes. Feel it not as a distant possibility, but as a present fact. Walk, speak, breathe as that version of yourself would. Refuse to wait for evidence. Become the evidence. Reality, bound by unseen law, must adjust itself to the new command you silently issue. The world does not resist your assumption. It obeys it, for life itself is waiting patiently and faithfully to become what you have already decided you are. In the smoke-filled halls of a New Orleans gambling parlor in 1935, Robert Kane was known as the man who could never catch a break. Night after night, he played the odds with desperate hands, trusting to chance, hoping that fortune would one day finally smile upon him. But fortune remained as distant as the stars. One evening, after losing the last of his week's wages on a failed hand of poker, Robert slumped at the edge of the bar, staring into the swirl of his drink. An old man beside him, a silent figure who had watched many fortunes rise and fall, leaned over and spoke in a low, certain voice. "Luck," he said, "is nothing but a mirror. It shows you your expectation, not your hope." Robert frowned, uncomprehending. The old man smiled sadly. "The game doesn't respond to your want. It responds to your will. Your inner certainty moves the pieces you think are random." Robert left the parlor that night, not with heavier pockets, but with a seed planted deep within him. For days afterward, the idea gnawed at him. What if the problem wasn't the cards, or the odds, or fate? What if the problem was how he sat at the table, the energy he carried, the expectation he wore like a threadbare coat? Quietly, experimentally, he began to change. Before sitting down to play, he would close his eyes, settle his breath, and intend, truly intend, that fortune would lean in his favor, not from desperation, but from a calm inner knowing. He stopped playing to survive and began playing from a sense of inevitability. And slowly, improbably, the wins began to accumulate. What Robert stumbled into is a law older than luck itself, the law of intention. Probability, though seemingly ruled by chaos and randomness, bends subtly but inevitably to the steady hand of conscious direction. This world is not a rigid clockwork where events fall according to mechanical rules alone. Beneath the visible surface, probabilities ripple and dance in response to human consciousness. When you focus with true intention, not wishful thinking, but a calm, undoubted decision, you shift the probabilities around you. Events that once seemed unlikely begin to lean toward you. Opportunities that statistically should not appear arise as if called by an unseen hand. Robert's fortunes changed not because the cards grew kinder, but because his relationship with possibility transformed. He became a man who expected good fortune with the quiet authority of someone who knows they belong at the winning table. The ancient ritual of probability shaping begins with focused intention. Today, before undertaking any action, Whether a meeting, a conversation, a creative endeavor, pause for a moment. Close your eyes. Declare silently but firmly the outcome you intend. See it, feel it, not as a desperate hope, but as an already anchored reality. Then proceed without gripping or doubting. Watch how the currents around you shift, how the coincidences stack, how improbable doors swing open. You are not at the mercy of random chance. You are the silent architect behind the game. It is time to play as if you remember that. In the damp back streets of London in 1932, Eleanor Price worked behind the counter of a dim, dusty bookstore, stacking forgotten volumes no one ever seemed to buy. She spent her lunch breaks scribbling notes about the life she longed for, a life filled with adventure, freedom, and the wide, wild world beyond the narrow brick alleys she knew. Yet each afternoon she returned to the creaking floorboards and the musty scent of old paper, feeling the distance between her dreams and her reality like a heavy chain. One evening, as the last customer left and the shop settled into silence, Eleanor made a decision that would change everything. Instead of wishing for escape, instead of mourning the gap between her dreams and her life, she decided to live from the end. She sat behind the counter and closed her eyes, not imagining herself someday traveling, but feeling herself already there, already walking sunlit streets in faraway cities, already laughing with strangers, already free. She didn't hope for it, she became it in her bones. The secret few understand is that the future you long for is not built by effort alone. It is called to you when you live as if it is already true. Most drag their dreams behind them like distant stars, forever promising themselves that once circumstances change, they will feel different. But life does not work that way. Feeling different comes first. Living from the end is the act of stepping into the emotional and energetic signature of the reality you desire before any evidence appears. It is not pretending, it is assuming the role you have been assigned by your own soul and playing it without apology. Eleanor began to walk differently through the bookstore. She smiled at customers as if they were fellow travelers, not passing strangers. She spent her evenings learning Italian, as if her departure was already scheduled. She wrote letters to friends in Paris she had not yet met. Opportunities that once seemed fantastical began to appear in quiet, natural ways. A regular customer mentioned a position with a publishing house that needed someone willing to travel. A distant relative sent an unexpected inheritance. Within 6 months, Eleanor left London behind, not as someone running away, but as someone stepping into a life that had already unfolded within her long ago. The ancient ritual of end-state embodiment begins with a vision anchored in certainty. Today, choose one desire that has hovered like a distant mirage. Close your eyes and feel yourself already living it, not reaching for it, not chasing it, being it. Notice the feelings that arise, the confidence, the relief, the joy. Carry those emotions with you throughout the day, as if they were as natural as your heartbeat. When doubts whisper, return to the end you have already chosen. Life will feel the new gravitational pull you have set in motion. Circumstances will bend, paths will open, not because you forced them to, but because you aligned with the future calling you forward. You are not waiting for life to happen. You are stepping into the life that has been waiting for you. In a sun-baked plaza in Madrid during the spring of 1939, Rafael Ortega stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, gathered around a fervent street preacher. Voices rose, fists clenched, arguments flared like dry brush catching flame. Rafael said nothing. He merely watched, his hands folded behind his back, his eyes steady and untroubled. A merchant brushed past him and apologized hastily, then stopped, studying Rafael with unexpected deference. Moments later, another man approached, offering to sell him a rare book at a price half what he had been asking of the others. By the end of the afternoon, Rafael had made connections and acquired opportunities that many in the plaza had been shouting to win. He had done none of the pushing, none of the pleading. His influence moved like a silent current, invisible but undeniable. It was not force that bent the world toward him. It was calm certainty, the soft command that reality recognizes and obeys without question. In a world addicted to noise and effort, few understand the hidden potency of calmness. The unshakable energy of someone who knows without announcing it shapes outcomes more powerfully than all the frantic grasping combined. Certainty is not arrogance. It is the quiet flame that does not flicker in the winds of doubt. It does not demand attention. It commands it naturally. When you embody this kind of certainty, the world senses it, responds to it, rearranges itself to mirror the truth you are carrying. Most believe that to influence life, they must strain louder, act faster, hustle harder. But true power is not noisy. It does not flail. It moves subtly, with the inevitability of a river carving stone. Calm certainty is the soft command issued from within that tells reality what is already so, and reality, hearing no conflict in the signal, complies. The more desperate your energy, the more resistance you create. The more anchored you become, the more the unseen laws of existence conspire on your behalf. Raphael understood this not through books or teachings, but through living. His success was not a result of dominating others, but of mastering himself. His certainty was so complete, so deeply rooted, that others leaned into it instinctively. They trusted him without knowing why. Opportunities found him not because he chased them, but because he radiated the quiet gravity of someone who did not doubt his place. The ancient ritual of the soft command begins with anchoring. Choose today one situation where you have been striving anxiously, perhaps a meeting, a negotiation, a creative endeavor. Before entering that situation, sit in stillness. Close your eyes. Feel the outcome you desire as already complete, as inevitable. Carry that feeling into your actions like a secret undercurrent. Speak and move from that place without needing to force or convince. Watch how differently the world responds. Calmness is not passivity. It is the truest authority. When you cease shouting at life and begin speaking softly from certainty, life leans in to listen, to agree, to yield. In the early morning mist of 1940s Vermont, Abigail Turner stood by the window of her family's farmhouse, her hand resting absently against the cool glass. For years she had dreamed of moving beyond these worn fields, of opening a small bookstore in the heart of the city, a place where words would dance freely and ideas would bloom. But each season passed, and the dream remained perched on the distant horizon, a shimmering someday she could never quite reach. She told herself it was timing, circumstance, fate. She believed, as so many do, that fulfillment was something that lived in the future, patiently awaiting better conditions. Yet that morning, as she watched the fog lift and the sun stretch over the hills, an idea settled into her with the certainty of a stone dropped into a still pond. What if the delay was not real? What if the future she longed for was not ahead of her at all, but waiting now in the unseen folds of her current life, ready to emerge the moment she stopped postponing herself? The illusion of delay is one of the deepest spells cast over human consciousness. It whispers that manifestation must take time, that dreams must always be somewhere just beyond reach, that readiness is a milestone yet to be earned. Yet in truth, life does not operate on a linear clock when it comes to creation. Manifestation is not a process of moving slowly toward a distant goal. It is the act of collapsing the distance altogether, of realizing that the version of you who already has what you desire exists now in this moment, waiting for recognition rather than pursuit. Delay is not imposed by time, it is imposed by belief. Abigail's life began to transform not when she scraped together enough money or when a perfect opportunity announced itself. It began the day she decided she would live as if she already owned the bookstore. She set aside a small corner of her kitchen, filled it with books, curated it as if it were the grand library she envisioned. She spoke of her dream not in future tense, but in the language of what was unfolding. She called herself a bookseller, even as her inventory fit on a single wooden shelf. Within months, a visitor passing through town, charmed by her small collection, offered her space in a newly renovated building in the city. What had seemed years away collapsed into now, drawn not by effort but by embodiment. The ancient ritual of collapsing delay begins with a shift in tense. Choose one desire you have placed in the future. Today, remove the waiting. Speak of it as if it is happening, not as if it will happen. Act in small ways as the version of yourself who already lives it. Notice how life, no longer instructed to wait, no longer commanded to delay, begins aligning immediately. Time is not your captor, it is your mirror. Manifestation does not come later, it comes the moment you do. In the shadowed alleys of 1937 Prague, Victor Landa carried blueprints tucked under his coat, dreams folded tightly against the biting wind. For years he had been told by those around him that success was a staircase climbed slowly, a reward for decades of steady toil. Every mentor, every voice of caution insisted that mastery required patience, time, the slow accumulation of credentials and connections. Victor believed them until the night he met an architect who shattered everything he thought he knew. In a smoky cafe filled with the scent of pipe tobacco and ink, the elder man leaned across the table and said, "Time doesn't create achievement. Alignment does. Step into the version of you who already lives the life you seek, and time bends." Victor left that meeting stunned, but curious. What if it was true? What if he could leap, not climb? Over the following weeks, Victor did something quietly radical. He stopped acting like an apprentice begging for opportunity. He stopped introducing himself as someone hoping to become an architect. Instead, he began moving as if the future version of himself already existed now. He designed boldly. He spoke to patrons with calm authority. He approached projects with the energy of someone who had already arrived. And life, sensing the shift in his frequency, responded in kind. Within 6 months, Victor was commissioned to design a grand public library, a project architects twice his age would have killed for. What should have taken decades unfolded in a matter of moments. The mind, trained to worship the clock, struggles to believe that time can collapse. Yet in the unseen layers of reality, time is elastic. It does not move in a straight line unless you insist it must. When you step into the identity of the self who already embodies your future, you draw that future into the present like iron pulled by a magnet. You skip the staircase. You become the summit. Life does not delay your dreams to punish you. It delays them only when you continue to signal that they are not yet yours. Victor's leap was not fueled by arrogance or impatience. It was fueled by certainty. He lived in resonance with the outcome he desired, and thus time itself bent to meet him. Years of waiting, of proving, of earning dissolved because he no longer accepted the story that they were necessary. The ancient ritual of the timeless leap begins with embodiment beyond evidence. Today, choose a dream you have placed years into the future. Sit in stillness. Imagine stepping into a version of yourself who already lives in that reality. Feel their energy, their confidence, their peace. Move through your day as them. Speak their words. Think their thoughts. Trust their instincts. Do not wait for the future to validate your leap. The leap itself is what calls the future into now. Watch how timelines rearrange, how the improbable becomes natural, how the distant draws near. Time is not a wall, it is a field. And fields, when walked with certainty, yield. In the golden dust of a late afternoon in 1938, Cairo, Amina El Sayed knelt by her small market stall, arranging vibrant swaths of silk with careful hands. Each morning she prayed for customers. Each evening she counted the coins with a heart heavy with worry. She clung tightly to each passerby with silent desperation, willing them to notice, to buy, to save her from another night of uncertainty. Yet day after day the stall remained quiet, and her hope withered a little more. One evening after a long day under the heavy sun, Amina sat back against the cool stone wall and closed her eyes, too weary to pray, too tired to beg. In the stillness, a strange peace settled over her. If they came, they came. If not, she would still be herself, still whole, still breathing. For the first time she released the outcome. She let go of the clutching hunger for results. And the very next day, something shifted. Crowds flowed differently. A wealthy merchant bought nearly half her inventory without haggling. She had done nothing differently outwardly. It was the letting go that had changed everything. Non-attachment is a principle so often misunderstood. To the surface mind, it sounds like not caring, like giving up ambition or desire. But in truth, non-attachment is the highest form of trust. It is the energetic state where you no longer chase outcomes, like a beggar knocking on closed doors. Instead, you stand open-handed, knowing that what is meant for you cannot miss you, and what is not meant for you is no loss. Detachment does not mean the absence of desire. It means the absence of desperate needing. It means desiring cleanly, purely, without entanglement. When you grip tightly to a specific result, you signal to reality that you do not trust it. You radiate fear, contraction, urgency, and the universe mirrors that vibration faithfully. Opportunities slip away, people withdraw, abundance hesitates. But when you loosen your grip, when you say, "I desire this, but I am whole either way," your field softens. Possibility floods toward you. Life loves open hands. Amina's fortune did not change because she stopped wanting success. It changed because she detached her identity from the outcome. She no longer vibrated with the panic of survival. She became a beacon instead of a beggar. The market responded not to her efforts, but to her energy. The ancient ritual of pure desire begins with release. Today, choose one outcome you have been holding too tightly, whether a goal, a relationship, or a decision. Write it down simply. Then, beside it, write these words. I release my grip. I allow life to bring this or something better. I remain whole regardless. Carry this intention in your heart as you move through the day. Whenever tension rises, whenever impatience claws at you, return to the open-handed posture within. Notice how reality softens. Notice how the very things you once chased begin chasing you. Detachment is not indifference. It is magnetic grace. It is trust made visible. It is the field in which miracles come quietly home. In the cold corridors of a Boston hospital in 1934, Dr. Nathaniel Reed reviewed the charts of a patient whose recovery defied explanation. The man had been diagnosed with an illness deemed terminal by every standard of medicine at the time. Yet there he sat, days later, upright in bed, color returning to his cheeks, asking for a newspaper and a bowl of stew. When questioned, the patient smiled and said simply, "I never believed I was dying." Dr. Reed, trained in the hard certainties of science, was shaken. He knew the data. He trusted the tests. Yet here before him was a living contradiction. Over the months that followed, he quietly began observing not just the conditions of his patients, but their beliefs. Time and again, he found the same startling pattern. Those who believed in their recovery, regardless of the odds, often healed faster, stronger, or completely against expectation. It was not magic. It was not chance. It was something deeper, a law hiding in plain sight. Faith, as it turns out, is not merely an emotional comfort. It is a force as real, as active, as binding as gravity itself. While science has mapped much of the material world, it has barely touched the vast, invisible currents that flow from consciousness outward. Belief is not passive. It is causal. It sets unseen wheels in motion, bending probabilities, reorganizing outcomes, drawing into form what the logical mind would call impossible. Where doubt fractures the field of potential, belief solidifies it into reality. Most misunderstand faith because they see it as blind hoping, a desperate clinging to an outcome against the evidence of the senses. But true faith is something entirely different. It is a knowing so complete, so steady, that it alters the very fabric of events. It is not belief against reality. It is belief as the architect of reality. Dr. Reed began to experiment quietly, speaking differently to his patients. Instead of preparing them for the worst, he affirmed the possibility of health, of strength, of restoration. Not empty promises, but invitations for their inner fields to respond. And they did. More often than not, the ones who dared to believe were the ones who rose from their beds when statistics had abandoned them. He came to see faith not as superstition, but as a fundamental force, an invisible hand pulling the probable into the actual. The ancient ritual of active faith begins with choosing to believe before proof appears. Today, select one area where you are waiting for evidence before committing your energy. Instead, flip the sequence. Close your eyes. State your desired reality as if it were already unfolding. Feel the certainty of it, not as a wish, but as a present fact. Move through the hours ahead, holding that certainty like a torch. Refuse to dim it for any circumstance. Watch how subtle alignments, unexpected opportunities, and invisible forces begin to move. Faith is not a dreamer's crutch. It is a creator's lever, a physics of the unseen bending the visible world into the shape of your belief. In the hushed corridors of a small art school in Florence during the winter of 1931, Lucia Benedetti sat before a blank canvas, her brush poised in trembling fingers. For weeks she had labored to create a masterpiece, pouring herself into every line and color, growing more desperate with each attempt. The more she tried, the more rigid and lifeless her paintings became. Teachers offered technical advice, friends encouraged her there, but nothing shifted the stubborn weight of frustration that grew heavier with every stroke. One afternoon, as snow began to fall outside the high arched windows, Lucia lowered her brush in defeat. She stared at the blankness before her, heart empty, breath slow. In that stillness, something broke, not in despair, but in release. For the first time, she was not trying to force beauty onto the canvas. She was simply present, listening with her hands. Without effort, she dipped her brush into paint and moved across the canvas, letting it lead rather than pushing. The image that emerged surprised even her, a piece alive with light and feeling unlike anything she had ever made. It was not the result of trying harder, it was the result of allowing. Most are taught from an early age that if they simply try hard enough, push long enough, force their will with sufficient intensity, life will yield. But reality, in its deepest nature, is not a prize won by struggle. It is a river that flows to meet the open hand, not the clenched fist. When you try, you introduce resistance. You declare, often without realizing it, that what you want is separate from you, difficult, unlikely. Your energy tightens, your field contracts. The very thing you chase moves further away because you are broadcasting the frequency of lack, of struggle, of absence. Allowing is different. Allowing is not passive. It is a deep, receptive alignment with what is already waiting for you. It is the act of opening the gates, of relaxing the mind enough for the deeper currents of life to rise and carry you. When you allow, you trust that what is yours moves toward you naturally, not through force, but through flow. Lucia's greatest works came after that snowy afternoon. She no longer battled the canvas. She met it like a dance partner, letting inspiration guide her hand, allowing the art to emerge rather than demanding it appear. Critics who once passed over her work began to take notice. Commissions flowed to her without frantic pursuit. The more she allowed, the more life mirrored her ease. The ancient ritual of stepping into allowing begins with surrendering control over the how. Today, pick one area of your life where you have been straining, forcing, or endlessly planning. Pause. Breathe deeply. Whisper to yourself, I allow this to unfold perfectly. Then act only from inspiration, not from panic. Let life meet you halfway. Notice how solutions appear when you stop hunting them. Notice how the right people, the right moments, the right opportunities seem to move toward you without effort. Allowing is not the absence of power. It is the presence of trust, the doorway through which the life you desire comes rushing in. In the quiet corners of a Parisian cafe in 1936, Marc Duval sipped his bitter coffee and watched the city move around him with an invisible wall between himself and the life he longed for. He wore the uniform of obscurity without thinking, slouched shoulders, hesitant glances, a quietness born not of peace but of doubt. His paintings, vibrant in private, never found the courage to meet the public eye. He told himself he needed luck, he needed a break, he needed someone important to notice him. But deep inside he carried a more potent barrier, an unspoken belief that he was not the kind of man who succeeded. That unseen assumption painted every experience he touched. One evening, after overhearing a conversation about a local art competition, Marc found himself walking the riverbanks alone, his thoughts swirling. The old belief stirred again. Why bother? Yet as he stared into the Seine's dark waters, a radical question rose up from somewhere deeper. What if the world wasn't keeping me out? What if I had been keeping myself small by the way I saw myself? It was a simple thought, almost foolish in its softness, but it cracked something open. That night, Marc decided he would live, not wish, not hope, but live, as though he were already the artist he longed to be, not someday, now. The transformation began in ways no one but Marc could have detected at first. He carried himself differently, shoulders back, gaze steady. He introduced himself as an artist without hesitation, without apology. His work, once hidden, found its way onto gallery walls. Patrons who had passed him over without a glance now leaned in, curious, drawn not by a sudden change in his talent, but by the silent broadcast of who he believed himself to be. The truth that unfolded through Marc's life is universal. Self-concept is the root from which all reality grows. It is not circumstances that define you. It is your internal image of yourself that instructs circumstances on how to treat you. If you see yourself as overlooked, life will confirm it. If you see yourself as a creator, a leader, a lover of life, the world must mirror it back. Reality has no choice but to obey the energetic blueprint you hold within. Many chase external change without ever addressing the seed from which their life blooms. They seek better jobs, deeper relationships, greater abundance, all while carrying a self-concept rooted in scarcity, invisibility, or unworthiness. And so they move in circles, wondering why the scenery shifts, but the story remains the same. The ancient ritual of self-concept elevation begins with conscious identity. Today, pause and ask yourself, who am I allowing myself to be? Write down the identity you would live from if there were no fear, no history, no external permission needed. Then, for the next 24 hours, act from that place. Speak, move, breathe as that self would. Watch how reality, like an obedient reflection, begins to shimmer and rearrange itself around your new declaration. Life does not change first, you do, and then life has no choice but to follow. In the crowded train station of Munich in 1935, Anna Weiss clutched her suitcase and scanned the departure board with anxious eyes. She had spent weeks preparing for this journey, organizing every detail with the precision of someone desperate to ensure success. Yet as the minutes ticked by, her heart pounded with uncertainty. Was this the right path? Had she made the right choice? Doubt gnawed at her like moths at the edge of a silk dress. Her train was delayed again and again, each announcement stoking her unease. It was not until she finally sank onto a bench, exhausted by her own second-guessing, that a stranger sat down beside her, a woman with a serene smile and eyes clear as morning skies. "When you decide," the woman said softly, "life stops hesitating." The words seemed too simple, almost laughable, yet something in them echoed so deeply that Anna felt the weight in her chest begin to loosen. Without fully understanding why, Anna stood, adjusted her suitcase, and decided, truly decided, that she was taking the journey no matter what. Not because she hoped it would work out, because she knew it would. Within moments, the loudspeaker crackled to life. Her train, thought lost for the day, was now boarding at a new platform. She moved with a calm certainty she had never felt before. The very act of knowing seemed to clear the path. Life does not move in response to effort alone. It moves in response to certainty. Doubt acts like mud, slowing the wheels of manifestation, clouding the signals you send out to the world. Every second you hesitate, question, and second-guess, you dilute the frequency of your desire. You broadcast mixed messages, and reality, faithful as a mirror, reflects that confusion back to you. But when you step into pure, unwavering knowing, you accelerate the unfolding. Your clarity slices through the tangled fields of possibility like a blade through mist. Anna's journey proved this again and again. Once she abandoned doubt, opportunities met her in the most unlikely places. A seat offered when none were left, a job opening precisely where she arrived, a friendship formed on a passing conversation that changed the course of her future. Her certainty was not arrogance. It was trust embodied, invisible but undeniable. The ancient ritual of anchored decision begins with conviction before evidence. Today, choose one area where you have been hesitating, weighing, doubting. Instead of analyzing further, make a clear, full-body decision. Feel the click of certainty inside you, as solid as a locked door. Then act as if no other outcome is possible. Move from that place. Speak from that place. Watch how delays dissolve, how openings appear, how momentum builds in ways you could not have forced through striving. Doubt drips poison into the river of creation. Certainty clears it into a rushing, unstoppable current. When you know, life knows. When you move without looking back, life races to meet you halfway, carrying the proof you no longer need to wait for. In a weathered village near Lisbon in 1933, Mateo Alvarez repaired fishing nets by hand, his fingers roughened by years of salt and twine. His dreams stretched beyond the small harbor, beyond the familiar tides to the distant cities he had only glimpsed in tattered postcards. Every evening after the day's work was done, he stood by the docks and prayed with fierce desperation for a chance to leave, for a miracle to carry him away from the life that felt too small. Yet nothing changed. The seasons turned, the ships came and went. His longing grew heavier, and the opportunities he so desperately sought seemed only to drift farther out to sea. It wasn't until an old sailor, watching Mateo from a nearby bench, spoke a few quiet words that everything shifted. "The sea does not come to the man who begs," the sailor said. "It comes to the man who knows the tides." That night, sitting on the worn stones by the water's edge, Mateo allowed himself to see the truth behind the sailor's words. His desperation had not been a beacon, it had been a barrier. He had been broadcasting lack, hunger, and fear, sending out signals that life answered with silence. Desperation is a language the universe does not recognize as a command, but as a signal of distance. It does not move to soothe frantic need. It moves in harmony with steady, assured energy. When you vibrate with fear, you create walls where there could have been bridges. Mateo realized that he needed to change his signal, not his prayers. He needed to embody the energy of someone already connected to his dream, not someone begging for scraps from fate's table. In the days that followed, he carried himself differently. He practiced gratitude for the skills he had mastered. He treated his work with reverence, preparing for the life he knew was already making its way to him. Within weeks, a visiting merchant noticed his skill and offered him work aboard a trading vessel, a ship bound for the very cities Matteo had dreamed of all his life. The universe does not respond to the desperation in your voice. It responds to the energy behind it. If your words scream abundance but your heart thrums with fear, life reads your energy, not your vocabulary. If you act with boldness but secretly carry despair, life reflects not the surface of your actions but the depth of your vibration. Energy is the true language of creation. It is what binds you to the realities you wish to live. The ancient ritual of energetic realignment begins with honesty. Today, feel the undercurrent beneath your desires. Are you asking for your dreams from a place of fullness or from a place of emptiness? If fear and need dominate your energy, pause, breathe. Step into the feeling state of someone who already trusts the unfolding. Let gratitude be your baseline. Let faith be your current. Watch how, when you shift your inner waters, the winds of life adjust their course to meet your new song. Not because you begged louder, but because you tuned yourself to the rhythm, the universe always answers. In the lantern-lit streets of Kyoto in 1930, Akira Sato wandered from shrine to shrine, his sandals worn thin, his pockets empty of coin but full of prayers. He had been searching for years, for meaning, for a calling, for a sign that would tell him who he was meant to be. Every whispered prayer, every bow before ancient altars, carried the same quiet plea, "Show me the way." Yet each morning he woke to the same uncertain sky, the same aching absence of direction. One evening, as rain fell in soft curtains against the temple roofs, Akira sought shelter beneath the eaves of an abandoned tea house. There, sitting alone with the scent of wet earth and fading incense, a question emerged, unbidden, cutting through the fog of his seeking. What if I am not meant to find the path? What if I am meant to make it? The shift was almost imperceptible, like a change in the direction of the wind, but Akira felt it in his bones. He realized that his endless search had been a silent declaration that the answers lived outside of him, hidden by some unseen hand. And because he saw himself as a seeker, life reflected that identity faithfully, keeping fulfillment always a few steps ahead. Seeking is a vibration of absence. It is the signal that what you desire is separate, missing, unavailable. And the universe, as ever, mirrors your signal with perfect neutrality. In the weeks that followed, Akira stopped searching and started creating. Instead of asking where his purpose was, he chose to build it with his own hands. He began crafting simple bamboo flutes, working with the materials available, learning not from a master but from the instruments themselves. Each one he shaped carried his breath, his story, his silent song. People in the village began to notice. They spoke of the young man who made flutes that seemed to echo the very soul of the mountains. Commissions flowed in, friendships deepened, and meaning, once so elusive, blossomed all around him, not because he found it, but because he created it. The great secret is this: life does not withhold fulfillment. It waits for you to declare yourself no longer a seeker, but a creator. Seeking says, "I am lost." Creating says, "I am found." When you choose to build, embody, express, you collapse the illusion of distance. You bring the intangible into form through your own willing hands. The ancient ritual of shifting from seeker to creator begins with a small act of self-definition. Today, choose one area where you have been searching for answers, whether in career, love, meaning, or self-worth. Instead of asking where it is, decide how you will create it. Write the first line of the story, build the first piece, take the first step without waiting for certainty. Watch how the void fills, not from some distant star, but from the flame you ignite within your own chest. Life does not crown those who search endlessly. It kneels before those who dare to create. In the dimly lit corridors of a Berlin train station in 1937, Erich Lang fumbled with a tattered map, trying to find the right platform for a train that would carry him to a city where, he hoped, new work awaited. His mind buzzed with doubt and urgency, the noise of uncertainty clouding his every step. As he paced, he collided with an elderly woman who, after a brief apology, noticed the paper in his hands. Peering through her thick spectacles, she smiled warmly, then pointed toward a small, unmarked stairway tucked between two kiosks. "There's a shortcut," she said simply before disappearing into the crowd. Following her directions, Erich found himself standing not only at the correct platform, but also in the company of a man he had once met months earlier. A man now seeking help on a project exactly aligned with Erich's skills. What seemed at first like pure coincidence later revealed itself to be something far more deliberate, far more intricately woven than chance could explain. Most dismiss these moments, the unexpected meetings, the perfect timing, the doors that open at precisely the right moment, as random. They nod politely at the word coincidence and move on, never questioning how life could orchestrate with such precision what logic insists should be chaos. Yet behind every so-called coincidence is an invisible force moving quietly in response to unseen signals you are constantly sending. The hidden truth is that life is not chaotic at its core. It is ordered, listening, responding in delicate accordance to the vibrations you emit. The patterns you hold in your consciousness, the beliefs, the assumptions, the emotional signatures are like blueprints that reality reads and answers. Erich's encounter was not an accident. It was the manifestation of a field he had been unconsciously building, a mixture of intense desire, openness, and the faint but crucial willingness to trust that something beyond logic was guiding him. Had he remained closed, cynical, bitter, he would have overlooked the old woman entirely, dismissed the suggestion, missed the opportunity, standing quietly on the edge of his vision. But because a part of him had softened, because a crack had opened in the armor of doubt, the threads of life were able to weave through. Coincidences are not anomalies. They are confirmations. They whisper back to you the truth, that your internal state is being answered, often faster and more intricately than you can perceive. Every shift in consciousness rearranges possibilities. What seems random is simply the visible crossing of invisible lines, long in the making. The ancient ritual of welcoming synchronicity begins with conscious openness. Today, move through your hours with the quiet awareness that life is speaking. Notice small nudges, unexpected encounters, passing words. Instead of brushing them aside, pause. Ask yourself, what field am I radiating that called this into my path? In doing so, you step out of the trance of randomness and into the awareness of co-creation. Life does not speak loudly. It murmurs through coincidences, through crossings of time and space, arranged with the elegance of unseen hands. When you listen, when you trust, you find that every step has been guided after all. In the dusky streets of Vienna in 1932, Elise Hartmann sat on a park bench, her gloved hands folded tightly in her lap. Her music compositions, once brimming with promise, now lay untouched in her satchel, buried under the weight of rejection and silence. She had pushed herself relentlessly, believing that relentless motion was the key to success. Sending letters, performing in small, smoky halls, chasing every whisper of an opportunity. Yet now, her path seemed strangled by her own efforts. The more she struggled, the further away her dreams seemed to drift. That evening, too exhausted to force another step, Elise simply sat. She watched the slow turning of the carousel at the park's edge, listened to the laughter of children echoing into the falling night. For the first time in years, she was not striving, not reaching. She was simply still. In that empty space, something unexplainable stirred. A thought, clean and quiet, rose through the noise she hadn't realized she carried. Breakthrough doesn't come through endless effort. It comes through space, The pause, the empty moment between notes, between actions, between breaths, that was where the real power lived. Life is not built solely in the moments of action. It is built equally, if not more powerfully, in the spaces between. The ancient builders knew it. The strength of an arch lies not in the stones, but in the air they shape. The musicians knew it. The beauty of a symphony lies not only in the notes, but in the silences that give them meaning. And yet in modern life, few trust the sacred pause. They believe if they are not moving, not pushing, they are failing. But reality listens to the energy behind the motion, and frantic energy, no matter how sincere, creates only noise. When Elise allowed herself to rest in that evening stillness, her field shifted. Without knowing it, she signaled readiness, not desperation, and life responded. The next day, at the very same park bench, a music professor overheard her humming a melody under her breath, a melody she thought no one would ever hear. A conversation blossomed, then an invitation to perform, then an offer to study under one of the city's most respected maestros. Her breakthrough came not at the height of striving, but at the depth of surrender. The sacred pause is not wasted time. It is the womb from which creation emerges. It is the silent yes that calls new realities into form. It is where invisible alignments gather strength, where unseen forces rearrange themselves on your behalf. The ancient ritual of embracing the sacred pause begins with conscious stillness. Today, when you feel the urge to rush, to fix, to force, stop, breathe. Allow yourself to sit within the space between. Trust that in the empty fields of non-action, life is preparing its next move. Trust that breakthroughs are born not only from momentum, but from stillness. In the quiet, in the waiting, the future breathes. And when you learn to honor the sacred pause, you step into a rhythm far more powerful than effort. You step into grace itself. In the cracked leather booth of a Chicago diner in 1934, Daniel Price nursed a lukewarm coffee and stared out into the gray drizzle beyond the window pane. The facts of his life sat heavy before him like the half-eaten plate of cold eggs he ignored. His business had failed. His savings had evaporated. Every letter from home carried another reminder of what wasn't working, what couldn't work, what had already been lost. The facts were undeniable, the evidence clear. He had failed. Yet as he sat there, numb and unmoving, a memory from his boyhood surfaced, running barefoot through fields in late summer, the world wide and open and full of unseen possibilities. In that memory, no facts constrained him. There was only feeling, limitless, light, sure. The contrast between then and now struck him sharply. Somewhere along the way, he had stopped feeling the world he wanted and started bowing to the world he saw. On a whim more than anything logical, Daniel closed his eyes right there in the diner. He let the rain fade. He let the disappointment loosen its grip. Instead, he reached for that boyhood feeling, the unshakable certainty that life could open, that good things could come from nowhere. For a few minutes, he simply sat inside that emotion, feeling it without needing any external proof. When he opened his eyes, nothing around him had changed, and yet everything inside him had. He felt lighter, stronger, clearer. What Daniel stumbled into that rainy afternoon is a truth reality builders have always known. Facts are not the engines of creation. Feelings are. Reality, though it appears hard and fixed, bends more easily to emotion than to circumstance. If you allow the facts around you to dictate your inner world, you become trapped in a cycle where only more of the same can emerge. But if you dare to generate feeling first, before the evidence, before the justification, you pull new realities toward you with a force that facts cannot defy. Most live as if life is a courtroom where they must present proof before feeling happiness, success, worthiness. They wait for facts to validate emotion, but the truth is inverted. Feeling creates the field where facts must rearrange themselves. The emotional state you choose becomes the command you send out to the unseen fabric of life, and it answers not your facts, but your frequency. Daniel's fortunes shifted not because an unexpected windfall arrived that day, but because his field changed. Opportunities that once seemed hidden began to appear. Conversations unfolded differently. A job offer came through an old acquaintance who had been sitting 2 tables away that very afternoon. The outer world simply caught up to the vibration he dared to carry before the evidence arrived. The ancient ritual of emotional precedence begins with deliberate feeling. Today, pause before you react to what seems real. Instead, choose a feeling that matches the reality you desire. Embody it first, fiercely and without apology. Watch as life begins to catch up to your inner state, not the other way around. Feel first. Facts will follow. Life always bends to the one who dares to feel it differently first. In the narrow stone streets of Lisbon in 1931, Sofia Mendes carried a basket of bread from her family's bakery, her feet aching from hours of work before sunrise. She moved through life like many around her, one slow, tired step after another, believing that advancement could only come through grinding persistence. Every story she had ever heard spoke of the ladder, the hierarchy, the slow climb. One rung at a time, no exceptions, no shortcuts. And so she rose early, worked late, saved what little she could, dreaming that someday, perhaps years away, she might own a shop of her own. But deep in her chest, a quiet restlessness stirred, whispering that something about this methodical march felt wrong, unnatural, heavy. One evening, after delivering bread to a grand house on the edge of town, Sofia paused by a garden wall overgrown with ivy. She watched a boy leap effortlessly from the branches of a tree into the neighboring orchard, skipping the gate entirely. It struck her with a force that nearly took her breath away. What if life was not a rigid ladder after all? What if states of being, not endless sequences of steps, were the true bridges to new realities? What if she could leap not by breaking rules, but by stepping into the frequency of a different life entirely? The idea was audacious. It challenged everything she had been taught, but it resonated so deeply that she could not ignore it. Sofia began experimenting. Instead of seeing herself as a tired apprentice inching toward distant success, she began to move as if she already owned her bakery. She treated every loaf she touched with the pride and precision of a master baker. She greeted customers with the presence and confidence of someone whose name carried weight. She thought, spoke, and felt from the identity of someone who had already arrived. Within months, word of her skill spread beyond the modest stalls of the market. A wealthy widow, impressed by Sofia's care and artistry, offered to invest in her opening a shop, something that, according to the logical timeline of steps, should have taken Sofia decades to achieve. She had not broken the laws of work or merit. She had simply aligned with a new state of being, and life rearranged itself to match. The path of transformation is not linear, it is vibrational. Most people crawl along the slow road of doing, ticking off external milestones, hoping that eventually they will reach the feeling they seek. But those who understand the deeper laws of reality know that changing your internal state now collapses steps, shortcuts timelines, and makes what once seemed far away rush toward you. The ancient ritual of quantum shifting begins with internal embodiment. Today, identify one dream you have placed far down a long road. Instead of plotting every incremental step, close your eyes and feel the version of yourself who has already crossed the invisible bridge. Walk, speak, and act from that place today, even if the evidence is not yet visible. Watch how opportunities jump out of order, how shortcuts appear, where only walls stood before. Life favors the bold dreamer who remembers that states, not steps, create the journey. In a dusty courtyard in Seville in 1935, Miguel Herrera leaned against a cracked stone wall, his guitar resting loosely in his hands. For years he had chased fame across smoky taverns and crowded festivals, playing for coins and applause that never seemed to stretch beyond the moment. Every note he strummed carried the hunger for recognition, for validation, for something larger than the small life he knew. Yet the harder he pushed, the more the opportunities slipped through his fingers like sand. His music, once effortless, had become heavy, a performance not of passion, but of need. One evening, after a long, empty night playing to a distracted crowd, Miguel placed his guitar on his lap and simply played, for no one but himself. No striving, no pleading energy, just the pure sound of strings vibrating through twilight air. And in that single act of release, something shifted so profoundly that it changed the course of his life. Most are taught that wanting more, striving harder, reaching with greater intensity is the path to achievement. But reality operates by subtler, deeper laws. The law of reversal governs manifestation. The less desperately you want, the more naturally you attract. True abundance is not coaxed by frantic grasping. It is invited by relaxed, unwavering openness. When your desire is tangled with neediness, you radiate lack, and life, in its perfect reflection, answers accordingly. But when you want with lightness, when you desire without clinging, when you move from fullness rather than emptiness, life has no resistance to flowing toward you. Miguel's life began to transform not because he practiced harder or chased fame more cleverly, but because he stopped chasing altogether. His music, freed from the weight of expectation, carried a purity that reached listeners in ways it never had before. Within months, a well-known producer, passing by on holiday, heard Miguel playing under the stars and offered him a place on a tour that would carry him far beyond the dusty streets of Seville. His dream found him not when he clutched at it, but when he allowed it to arrive. The mind struggles with this truth because it believes that surrender is weakness and that longing must be sharpened into action. But the heart knows better. It knows that true desire does not demand, it invites. It knows that the vibration of sufficiency, the quiet confidence that you are already whole, creates a magnetic field far stronger than any plea. The ancient ritual of releasing the grip begins with a softening of focus. Today, take one desire you have been clutching tightly and gently loosen your hold. Bless it. Smile at it. Trust that it knows its way to you. Instead of asking when it will arrive, affirm that its arrival is certain, inevitable, already in motion. Then turn your attention to living richly in the now. Laugh, create, connect. Watch how, as your desperation dissolves into trust, life quickens its pace to meet you. The less you chase, the faster you are found. This is the reverse law, the hidden current that carries dreams home when you finally stop running after them. In a small village on the outskirts of Milan in 1936, Isabella Conti sat beneath the shade of an olive tree, her embroidery forgotten in her lap. She had spent the morning attempting to fix a weaving loom that refused to cooperate, each tightened screw and frustrated tug making it worse. At midday, exhausted and defeated, she gave up, retreating to the garden to let the sun and the scent of blooming jasmine soothe her restless mind. As she closed her eyes and allowed herself to simply breathe, a thought floated into her awareness, unforced and gentle. What if it isn't meant to be forced? When she returned to the loom hours later, her hands moved with ease, and the stubborn mechanism yielded without struggle. In the stillness, without striving, the solution had found her. It was her first glimpse of a secret the world often forgets. True creation happens through relaxation, not tension. Modern minds are conditioned to equate seriousness with struggle, to believe that the more strained the effort, the more valuable the result. Yet the deeper laws of reality whisper a different truth. Manifestation is not a prize wrestled from the hands of a reluctant universe. It is the natural unfolding of alignment. And alignment is born in ease, not in force. When you are relaxed, you are receptive, you are open. You become a conductor for unseen forces to work through you rather than against you. Tension creates resistance, relaxation creates flow. Isabella began to live differently after that afternoon in the garden. She still worked, but she worked from a place of easeful intention, not frantic compulsion. She allowed herself moments of pleasure, of quiet walks through the hills, of laughter and long meals with friends. And paradoxically, her weaving became renowned. Orders poured in, not because she pushed harder, but because her creations carried the subtle frequency of joy. Customers said they could feel something different in her fabrics, something alive, something that couldn't be explained but was deeply felt. The world often teaches that success must be earned through sacrifice of peace, of well-being, of inner stillness. But the greatest creators, the silent architects of destiny, know that real power flows through relaxed hands and open hearts. To relax is to trust that life is already working in your favor. It is to understand that the soil does not struggle to birth the flower, nor the stars to cross the heavens. Creation, at its essence, is effortless. The ancient ritual of relaxation manifestation begins with intentional stillness. Today, choose one task, goal, or desire where you have been applying force. Step back, soften your grip. Spend time doing something that restores your natural state of ease. Walking, breathing, laughing, resting. Hold the vision of your desire gently, as you might cradle a butterfly in your palm. Allow solutions, opportunities, and manifestations to rise naturally without yanking at the threads of reality. Watch how life, unresisted, moves to meet you faster and more beautifully than force could ever command. Creation was never meant to be a battle. It was always meant to be a dance. In the rain-soaked streets of Dublin in 1933, Thomas Breen hurried down a cobblestone alleyway, his mind heavy with frustration. The world, it seemed, was conspiring against him. His boss overlooked him. Shopkeepers treated him with impatience. Strangers brushed past him without so much as a glance. Each day felt like a silent confirmation of his insignificance. Yet as he ducked into a warm cafe to escape the downpour, an elderly man at a nearby table caught his gaze and offered a small nod, a simple kindness that landed in Thomas's chest like a stone dropped into still water. That moment, insignificant to anyone else, made him pause. If life had been reflecting his worthlessness, how did this stranger see something different? The question lingered, unraveling something within him he had never thought to question. What if the world wasn't deciding how to treat him? What if he had been teaching it? The mirror principle reveals itself quietly to those willing to see. Reality, in all its varied faces, is not a separate force acting upon you. It is a reflection of your dominant inner state. Every encounter, every reaction from the world around you mirrors back the story you are broadcasting through your energy, your expectations, your beliefs. When you walk with a vibration of unworthiness, life faithfully echoes it through cold shoulders, missed opportunities, and invisible barriers. When you walk with the knowing of your value, life rushes to affirm it in smiles, invitations, and open doors. Thomas's life began to shift the moment he understood that reality was not his jailer, but his mirror. Instead of fighting the reflections, he chose to change the original image. He began to hold his head higher, not from arrogance, but from a quiet decision to see himself differently. He approached his work with pride, even when no one noticed. He offered kindness first, instead of waiting for it to be given. And as if by magic, the reflections around him changed. His boss began seeking his opinion. Strangers lingered in conversation. Opportunities he had once believed out of reach began arriving at his door. The great misunderstanding most live under is that they must change the world before they can feel differently. But the deeper law is that the world cannot help but change once you feel differently. The mirror is neutral. It does not care what image you present. It only reflects it back with relentless honesty. The ancient ritual of mirror reprogramming begins with internal witnessing. Today, observe the responses you receive from life, not with blame or judgment, but with curiosity. Ask yourself, what part of me is this reflecting? If the reflections are cold, where might you be carrying coldness toward yourself? If the reflections are chaotic, where are you unsettled within? Then, without waiting for the world to shift, choose to embody the energy you wish to see reflected. Hold it, breathe it, trust it, and watch, as surely as a lake mirrors the sky above, how reality reshapes itself to match the new vibration you dare to claim. In the crowded markets of Istanbul in 1932, Leyla Aydin weaved through the maze of merchants, their voices rising and falling in a chorus of bargaining and laughter. She clutched a small pouch of coins, hoping to sell her handmade scarves. Yet with each approach to a stall, uncertainty clouded her voice and tightened her chest. Again and again she was waved off with polite dismissals or ignored altogether. After hours of wandering, she slumped onto a stone bench, defeated, her dreams folded small and fragile in her lap. As she sat there, an old woman selling spices came to rest beside her. Without being asked, she spoke in a voice soft but filled with a quiet authority. "You are speaking with your mouth, child, but the market listens to your heart." Leyla turned, confused. The woman smiled knowingly. Reality listens beyond words. It hears your feeling before it hears your speech. The words sank deep, unsettling and illuminating all at once. Leyla realized she had been pleading with her voice while broadcasting doubt through her energy. She had been asking for success while vibrating defeat. That evening she returned home not to practice her sales pitch, but to change the frequency she carried. She sat in stillness, wrapped herself in one of her scarves, and imagined what it would feel like to be welcomed, valued, sought after. She let that feeling fill her until it seemed to hum through her skin. The next day she walked into the market differently. She spoke no louder, her words were no more clever, but her energy was transformed. She radiated certainty, quiet pride, ease, and the market, true to the laws of the unseen, responded. Stall owners stopped her, customers leaned in, her scarves sold out before the sun reached its peak in the sky. It was not because she found the right words, it was because she found the right frequency. Reality is not a logical machine responding to surface actions alone. It is a living field, an intelligent fabric that vibrates in resonance with your most consistent emotional state. You may say all the right affirmations, follow all the prescribed steps, but if your underlying frequency sings a song of fear, scarcity, or unworthiness, reality will dance to that tune. Frequency is the true language of creation. It is what you say without speaking, what you command without force. Most wonder why their dreams remain distant despite their declarations. They mistake words for power and overlook the vibration they carry beneath them. But reality listens beneath the surface. It responds not to what you say you want, but to the frequency of what you actually believe and feel to be true. The ancient ritual of frequency speaking begins with emotional tuning. Today, before making any request of life, whether spoken aloud or held silently, tune your frequency first. Feel the reality you wish to experience humming in your chest, steady and sure. Then speak, act, move from that place. Watch how life responds, not to the sound of your voice, but to the silent music of your being. Reality is always listening. The question is, what are you truly saying? In a quiet monastery tucked into the hills of rural Kyoto in 1931, Haruto Nakamura raked the gravel gardens each morning, the rhythmic sweep of the broom carving patterns of flowing rivers and open skies. For many years he had believed that enlightenment, like success in the outer world, was something to be chased, captured and conquered through sheer will. Every meditation was a battle. Every ritual was a measurement against invisible standards. He strained to become better, more deserving, more awakened. Yet the harder he strained, the further the peace he sought seemed to drift from his reach. One morning, after a restless night spent wrestling with doubt, Haruto set aside his broom and simply sat, the cool air wrapping around him like a second robe. For the first time he did not strive. He did not reach. He allowed himself to rest within himself, completely unguarded. In that effortless stillness he touched something he had never known before, a vastness that needed no improvement, a quiet power that required no struggle to claim. Striving, though celebrated by the outer world, often creates an unseen barrier between you and the very success you seek. It reinforces a silent but deadly message. I am not yet enough. I must push harder. I must become more. But reality listens not just to your actions, but to the energy behind them. Striving broadcasts lack. It signals distance. It says, my dream is separate from me, and I must exhaust myself to reach it. Success born of striving is brittle, anxious, and often fleeting, because it is built upon the unstable foundation of self-denial. Haruto's life began to change the day he abandoned striving not from laziness, but from a deeper trust. He continued his duties, but no longer from the posture of desperate seeking. He moved through each task with a presence so complete that success unfolded naturally around him. Visitors to the monastery noticed the peace that radiated from him. Teachers offered him responsibilities without his asking. His wisdom grew not because he fought for it, but because he stopped believing it was something outside himself to earn. True success, the kind that nourishes rather than drains, the kind that sustains rather than collapses, arises from a restful core. It comes from acting not to prove your worth, but to express it. It comes from understanding that your value is intrinsic, that your dreams are not distant mountains to climb, but gardens to tend with quiet faith. The ancient ritual of restful creation begins with surrendering the need to strive. Today, in whatever you pursue, whether work, love, growth, pause and notice the energy beneath your action. If it feels tight, desperate, or heavy, stop. Breathe deeply. Remind yourself, I am already enough. Let your actions flow not from frantic grasping, but from the overflow of your being. Trust that the soil of your life is already fertile. Trust that what is meant for you grows fastest, not when you chase it, but when you create the still, open space in which it can take root and bloom. In rest, your true power awakens. In rest, success finds you. In the bustling marketplaces of Casablanca in 1934, Karim Zara wove through the labyrinth of stalls, a satchel of handmade goods slung over his shoulder. Each morning he would rise before the sun, laboring with tireless devotion to craft the finest leatherwork he could offer. And yet, despite his meticulous effort, his sales lagged. He watched others, whose craftsmanship he judged less refined, draw customers effortlessly, their stalls buzzing while his remained quiet. Each day he resolved to work harder, staying longer, crafting more goods, pouring his energy into the hope that sheer effort would tip fortune in his favor. But fortune, it seemed, remained indifferent to the sweat of his brow. One afternoon, disheartened, Karim paused in the shadow of a spice merchant's stall. He observed a young woman selling woven baskets. She laughed easily, her energy light, her spirit undimmed by whether a passerby bought or walked away. It struck him like a gust of desert wind. Her success wasn't in how hard she pushed. It was in the energy she carried. She was aligned with the joy of her craft, not burdened by the weight of needing it to save her. Customers responded not to the number of baskets, but to the brightness of her being. Karim realized in that moment that he had been relying on effort alone, believing that toil would compensate for the misalignment he felt within. His heart, heavy with fear and strain, spoke a language that no amount of work could disguise. Reality was not responding to what he did. It was responding to what he was. Alignment is the great unseen force that moves mountains without strain. When you align your energy with the feeling of what you seek, success, joy, abundance, you draw those experiences toward you naturally like metal to a magnet. But when your energy is filled with anxiety, scarcity, or resentment, your efforts, no matter how noble, push against the current of life. The universe responds not to the volume of your action, but to the resonance of your being. Kareem's life began to transform the day he chose alignment over effort. He no longer approached his stall with the tight energy of desperation. Instead, he found joy in arranging his goods, gratitude in each conversation, fulfillment in simply being present. He stopped trying to impress and began simply sharing what he loved. Sales began to rise. Loyal customers returned with friends. His stall became not the one with the most inventory, but the one with the brightest energy. The marketplace, reflecting the subtle laws of reality, shifted to meet him. The ancient ritual of energetic matching begins with emotional calibration. Today, before you labor toward a goal, ask yourself, what energy am I carrying into this? Stop and adjust before you act. Align first with the feeling of already having what you seek. Contentment, pride, ease. Then move from that place. Watch how doors open without knocking, how paths clear without pushing. Life is not moved by the hammer of force. It is moved by the gentle but unstoppable pull of true alignment. Match the energy, and the world cannot help but respond. In the velvet darkness of a 1930s observatory, atop the hills of Geneva, Emilia Rousseau peered through a massive telescope, charting stars no naked eye could see. She had spent years mapping the heavens, believing that understanding the distant constellations would give her insight into the workings of fate. Yet a question had begun to haunt her during those long, silent hours. If light from these stars had traveled for millions of years before reaching her eye, what else might exist already unseen, simply waiting for her perception to catch up? One evening, as she adjusted the lens and captured a glimpse of a cluster no one had yet recorded, the thought struck her with a clarity so pure it left her breathless. Maybe life, like light, was not something she needed to create from scratch. Maybe it already existed at every level, and her role was only to tune herself to the version she was ready to see. The world trains you to believe that success is built step by step, effort stacked upon effort, until someday you reach a peak that previously did not exist. But reality operates by deeper, more astonishing laws. In the quantum field, the unseen substrate of all existence, every possible version of you already exists. The you who struggles, the you who thrives, the you who lives in joy, in abundance, in radiant fulfillment. These selves are not figments or fantasies. They are real, vibrating at different frequencies, waiting for your consciousness to align with them. You are not moving through a rigid, linear world. You are moving through layers of possibility, each layer more vivid and reachable the moment you choose to embody it. Success, love, abundance, none of it is created from nothing. It is selected from the infinite library of selves you already contain. When you understand this, striving becomes obsolete. You no longer work to become worthy. You align to remember the worth that is already yours. Amelia's life shifted when she stopped imagining her dreams as distant stars and started treating them as realities already burning brightly, waiting for her to see them. She moved differently through her work, with a quiet authority that puzzled her colleagues. She spoke her ideas with the ease of someone who knew they were already received. Within a year, her discoveries made her one of the youngest astronomers to ever be published in the most prestigious journals. She had not built her success from the ground up. She had stepped into the version of herself where success had already been woven into the fabric of her being. The ancient ritual of quantum alignment begins with recognition. Today, imagine the version of yourself who already lives the reality you desire. Close your eyes. Feel their breath, their posture, their choices. Step into that self now. Not when conditions improve, not when you feel ready, But now, walk, speak, and act as if you have merely remembered who you are. Reality, faithful to the laws beyond time, will rush to meet the frequency you dare to claim. You are not becoming. You are revealing. You are not chasing a future. You are choosing a self already alive in the unseen. In the hushed glow of a Parisian library in 1938, Lucien Marchand traced his fingers along the spines of ancient books, each title a doorway into another world. He had come seeking answers, weighed down by a gnawing indecision about the future. Should he follow the safe path laid out for him, inherit his father's modest tailor shop, or risk everything on the fragile hope of becoming a writer? Night after night he wandered the endless rows of parchment and leather, believing that somewhere, hidden in those yellowed pages, the right choice would be revealed. But one evening, as he pulled a forgotten volume from a dusty shelf, a line caught his eye and held him still. All paths exist. Choose the one you will walk. It was so simple, so final, that it echoed inside him like a bell. Maybe the future wasn't waiting to be discovered at all. Maybe it was waiting to be chosen. The mind, conditioned to see time as a river flowing forward, imagines that the future is a distant shore we slowly approach. But the deeper truth whispered by ancient sages and echoed in the emerging understanding of quantum reality is different. Every future already exists. Like books on a shelf, each possible version of your life waits patiently for you to select it, not by wishing or hoping, but by aligning your consciousness to its frequency. You do not stumble into your future by accident. You select it, moment by moment, with your beliefs, your emotions, and your focus. Most live as if their fate is a single thread, woven by forces beyond their control. They look outward for signs, for permission, for proof that the future they desire is possible. Yet life bends to the chooser, not the seeker. It rearranges itself around the decisions you make with your inner being, not around the doubts you entertain. Lucien realized that night that he had been asking the wrong question. It was not, which future is right for me, but which future do I choose to make real? He closed the book, stepped into the damp Paris night, and decided. He began to live as the writer he had imagined. He rose early to write before the city awoke. He spoke of his craft with the quiet certainty of one already inside the story he wished to tell. Within a year, his first novel was accepted by a small publisher, and the path he chose unfolded beneath his feet, not because it had been fated, but because he had selected it from the infinite. The ancient ritual of conscious selection begins with clarity. Today, pause and ask yourself, what future am I choosing right now, with my feelings, my words, my focus? Do not wait for signs to appear. Declare your choice. Step into its frequency with every thought, every action. Feel it as already true. Reality, obedient and alive, will gather its threads to weave the future you have selected. The shelf is infinite. The stories are many. The pen is already in your hand. Choose. In the winding streets of Prague in 1935, Marta Kovač set up her tiny flower stand each morning beneath the shadow of the old clock tower. She smiled politely to the passing crowds, offering words of greeting and pitches rehearsed so often they had worn grooves into her voice. She said all the right things, commented on the freshness of the blooms, praised the beauty of the day, but few people stopped. Fewer still bought anything. Each evening she packed away the unsold blossoms with a heavy heart, whispering questions into the twilight. Why did the universe seem deaf to her effort? Why did her carefully chosen words float past unnoticed, like autumn leaves on a cold wind? One morning, too exhausted to summon another false smile, Marta simply sat by her stand and allowed herself to feel. Not the practiced cheerfulness she thought was required, but the deep and aching longing to connect, to share something real. She thought about how much she loved the flowers, how she marveled at the colors each morning when she unpacked them, how her heart swelled when a child beamed at a simple daisy. She let herself sink into that feeling without trying to sell anything, without crafting clever phrases. And something shifted. Customers she did not call out to wandered over, drawn not by her words, but by the invisible music of her presence. Sales bloomed effortlessly that day, and every day thereafter when she remembered to let her genuine feeling lead. The universe does not respond to what you say. It responds to what you are. Beneath the surface of every sentence, every action, there is a signal you are always broadcasting, a mood, an emotional signature that paints your vibration across the field of life. It is this signature, not your polished words or perfect plans, that the universe listens to and reflects back. Most people believe they must speak their desires clearly, affirm them diligently, repeat them endlessly in hopes that the words will carve new paths. But words without the matching mood are like seeds planted in frozen ground. They cannot take root. When you vibrate at the frequency of joy, gratitude, or certainty, you are speaking the native tongue of reality. When you vibrate at the frequency of need, fear, or lack, you are speaking just as loudly. And the universe, indifferent to whether your message is hopeful or despairing, responds accordingly. Marta's flowers became more than just goods for sale. They became vessels of her shifted emotional signature. People felt her authenticity before they ever heard her voice. And life, reading her new language, answered with abundance, connection, and ease. The ancient ritual of emotional tuning begins with honesty. Today, pause before you act, speak, or plan. Close your eyes and feel the emotion beneath your next step. If it does not match the outcome you desire, do not push forward. First, shift your inner atmosphere. Summon the mood that already belongs to your fulfilled dream. Then move, speak, create from that place. Reality does not need your words. It needs your true vibration. Speak that, and the universe will echo it back in ways more precise and more wondrous than language could ever contain. In a sun-drenched courtyard of Granada in 1934, Elena Cruz sketched in the margins of an old notebook, her pencil moving with cautious strokes. Her heart ached to paint murals, to cover great walls with vibrant color and living stories. Yet she kept her dreams hidden in the pages of tattered books, convinced that permission had to come from elsewhere, from a wealthy patron, a respected teacher, a fate kinder than the one she knew. She wandered the alleyways lined with tiled fountains and whitewashed stone, eyes always searching for a sign that said, "Now you are allowed." But no such sign ever appeared. One afternoon, while sketching beneath an orange tree heavy with fruit, she overheard two merchants arguing about space for their market stalls. One shrugged in exasperation and said, "The space belongs to whoever claims it first." The words hit Elena harder than the Andalusian sun. What if life worked the same way? What if the spaces she longed to fill, on canvases, on walls in the world, were waiting not for approval, but for her own decision to step in? The world teaches us to wait. For the diploma, for the title, for the invitation, for the endorsement. It teaches us that worthiness is a gate locked from the outside, a prize awarded by hands other than our own. But the hidden truth, known by every soul who has dared to create something lasting, is this: no one can grant you permission to become what you already are. The gate is not locked. It was never locked. The missing key is self-permission. Elena chose that day to act as if she were already the artist she dreamed of being. She painted the crumbling back wall of the market square without asking, weaving bright scenes of Granada's daily life across the battered stone. Some stared, some scoffed, but many more gathered, drawn by the courage and color blooming where there had once been only decay. A local cafe owner, enchanted by her work, commissioned her to paint his walls. Commissions followed. Recognition grew. not because the world suddenly decided she was worthy, but because she decided first. Life does not withhold opportunities because you are unready. It mirrors your own waiting, your own hesitation. When you act as if you need external permission, the world reflects that back with silence. When you act from self-claimed authority, the world responds with openings and invitations you could not have scripted. The ancient ritual of self-anointing begins with a bold inner decision. Today, choose one area where you have been waiting to be seen, to be allowed, to be chosen. Declare silently but fiercely, I choose myself. Then take one action, however small, from the place of already being enough. Paint the wall, write the page, speak the idea, claim the space. Life is not waiting to approve of you. It is waiting to move through the door you open when you say yes to yourself. The only permission you ever truly needed was your own. In the misty mornings of Edinburgh in 1937, Andrew Callaghan walked the same cobbled path to the shipyard each day, his cap pulled low against the drizzle. His life was built on visible effort, swinging hammers, lifting beams, hauling ropes, all proof of progress measured by calloused hands and aching bones. Yet despite his labor, the life he dreamed of, a life of greater freedom and creativity, always seemed locked behind an invisible door. One morning, as he passed the old stone library he usually ignored, something in him paused. On a whim, he stepped inside and wandered through the aisles. A small leather-bound book on the power of thought caught his eye. Skeptical but curious, he leafed through its pages. One line stopped him. The greatest changes occur in silence, before the world can see them. Andrew carried that line with him like a pebble in his pocket, turning it over and over in his mind. He realized he had lived believing that only visible action created real change. But what if reality shifted first in the unseen spaces, within thoughts, within emotions, within the quiet decision to become different before any external proof appeared? That idea unsettled him, but it also awakened a new kind of hunger, not for more action, but for deeper alignment. He began quietly and privately to imagine himself differently. Before his feet touched the shipyard's wooden planks each morning, he spent a few moments feeling the life he wished to live, not as a desperate wish, but as a silent, present reality. He didn't announce it. He didn't seek validation. He simply became different on the inside first. Over the next months, while his outer world looked unchanged to casual observers, the unseen foundations of his life began to rearrange. An old friend mentioned a need for skilled hands at a newly founded engineering firm. An opportunity arose to apprentice under a craftsman who traveled abroad. One by one, invisible dominoes fell into visible form until Andrew stood in a life that had once seemed impossibly far away. The great misunderstanding of manifestation is that noise and motion are necessary ingredients. Yet true creation is often born in silence, when the invisible layers of belief and identity shift first, unseen and uncelebrated. By the time the outer world reflects the change, it is merely catching up to what has already been decided in the hidden places. Most miss this because they are looking outward for signs too soon, measuring seedlings before their roots have even formed. But the silent shifts, the unseen alignments of mind, heart, and soul, are where miracles first take shape. The ancient ritual of invisible creation begins with private certainty. Today, choose one desire you have been waiting for and retreat inward. Feel its reality without asking the world to confirm it. Let the shift happen in the silent soil of your own being. Trust that the moment you align within, the outer bloom is inevitable. What moves mountains is not what the world sees first. It is the invisible decision made when no one is watching, when only you and the field of life are listening. In the warm afternoon light of Buenos Aires in 1932, Sofia Alvarez tended a small garden behind her family's bakery. She had planted the seeds months ago with care, watering and pruning each day, yet she found herself growing anxious as she watched other gardens in the neighborhood flourish faster. She began to tug at the plant's stems gently, foolishly thinking she could coax them upward, but the more she interfered, the more stunted they became. One evening, her grandfather, a man of few words but infinite wisdom, watched her and said, "You cannot pull the leaves to make the tree grow. Growth happens because it cannot help itself when conditions are right." Sofia froze, the truth settling over her heavier than any summer heat. She realized she had been treating growth like a battle instead of a blossoming. The world often glorifies struggle, painting it as a badge of honor, a necessary tax for every inch of progress. Yet the deeper truth woven into the fabric of life is simpler and more generous. Growth is natural. It is not summoned by force. It is allowed by alignment. Expansion is the inevitable result of the right internal environment, an environment of openness, trust, receptivity. When conditions are right within you, growth unfolds not as a reward for your suffering, but as a natural flowering of your being. Sofia began tending her garden differently. She stopped hovering, stopped worrying over every leaf and petal. Instead, she focused on the soil, the sunlight, the water, the unseen factors that nurtured expansion. Her plants began to thrive without force, their roots deepening and stems reaching upward effortlessly. She carried this lesson into her own dreams. She stopped trying to make success happen through frantic action and endless second-guessing. She nurtured the conditions within herself: belief, joy, patience, and opportunities blossomed around her with the same effortless beauty as her garden. The expansion principle teaches that when you prepare the inner soil, life grows itself through you. Struggle, impatience, and self-criticism create resistance, hardening the ground where seeds might otherwise take root. But ease, trust, and gratitude soften that ground, allowing the invisible forces of life to do their quiet, faithful work. Growth without struggle is not a fantasy. It is the natural state of all things aligned with their true nature. The ancient ritual of effortless growth begins with tending the invisible garden. Today, look at one area where you have been trying to force progress. Step back from the outer pushing. Ask yourself, what are the inner conditions I am offering life? Instead of straining for results, cultivate your internal soil. Feed yourself belief. Water your dreams with joy. Let gratitude be the sunlight that warms your vision. Then wait. Trust. Watch how life, like a tree reaching for the sky without needing to be pulled, grows your desires into being. Not because you fought harder, but because you finally allowed the expansion that was always trying to happen through you. In the misty hills of County Kerry in 1936, Aidan Murphy set out before dawn with nothing but a worn satchel, a crumpled map, and the quiet conviction that he would find work beyond the next village. The townsfolk shook their heads as he left, warning him of the uncertainty that lay ahead, reminding him that times were hard and prospects few. Aidan had no promise, no letter of introduction, no guarantee waiting for him beyond the fog. Yet he walked with a steady rhythm, each step fueled not by evidence, but by an unspoken certainty lodged deep in his chest. At the first crossroads, where the mist thickened and the signs were too weathered to read, Aidan paused. Doubt tried to creep in, whispering that he should turn back, that he was foolish to trust what he could not see. But he closed his eyes, breathed deeply, and felt for the direction that pulled at him like a soft, unseen thread. He turned left and continued. By nightfall, he stumbled upon a farm where the owner, desperate for an extra hand, offered him room, board, and work before Aidan could even finish introducing himself. It appeared to the villagers like a stroke of luck, but Aidan knew better. It was the quiet reward of trusting the unseen. Certainty in the unknown is a force more powerful than logic can measure. The world teaches you to trust what you can see, to believe only in what is confirmed, to move only when the path is clear and paved with guarantees. Yet the deeper architecture of life is built not on visible signs, but on invisible forces: intuition, belief, resonance. When you wait for external proof before acting, you imprison yourself inside the small circle of what already exists. But when you move with certainty despite the fog, you call forth realities that would otherwise remain hidden. Aidan's journey did not end with that first opportunity. The certainty he carried became a compass for the rest of his life. Doors opened where walls seemed solid. Allies appeared where logic said he should have been alone. His life expanded in ways he could not have planned because he dared to trust not his eyes, but the inner knowing that whispered through the unknown. The unknown is not your enemy. It is your ally, your canvas, your open field. It holds possibilities that the mind, with all its careful plans and measurements, cannot yet imagine. Certainty does not come from having all the facts. It comes from choosing to believe in your own alignment with something greater than circumstance. The ancient ritual of unseen trust begins with a silent vow. Today, identify one area where you are hesitating because you cannot see the outcome. Close your eyes. Feel for the thread that pulls you gently forward. Commit to acting from that feeling, even without visible confirmation. Speak, move, decide as if the unseen is already conspiring on your behalf. Watch how the world, sensing the vibration of your unwavering trust, begins to part the mist before you. In certainty, the unknown ceases to be a void. It becomes a bridge. In the narrow alleys of Lisbon in 1933, Catarina Silva folded linens in the back of a small hotel, her days passing in quiet repetition. Her reflection in the cracked mirror above the wash basin showed the same face every morning, a face etched with the tired certainty that life would always look the same. She carried herself like a background character in her own story, moving through days shaped by habits too old to question. Yet deep within her, buried under layers of resignation, a restless ember still glowed. She often wondered what it would feel like to live differently, to speak and walk and move as someone untethered from the invisible weights of who she had been told she was. One evening, after the guests had gone to bed and the city hummed quietly under a blanket of stars, Catarina sat at the edge of the hotel's courtyard and simply stared at the night sky. Without knowing why, she whispered a question into the darkness. Who could I become if I stopped carrying who I have been? The words were small, almost embarrassed by their own audacity, but something shifted the moment they left her lips. It was as if a crack appeared in the heavy armor of her old identity, and through it, something new and wild and luminous began to stir. The self you think you are is often not who you truly are, but a collection of memories, expectations, and beliefs inherited from the past. This constructed identity, though familiar, becomes a cage if left unquestioned. It tells you what is possible, what is permitted, what is expected. But miracles, the sudden blooming of a new life, the appearance of possibilities beyond your imagination, require space. They cannot unfold within a self that clings tightly to old stories. Catarina realized that to invite change, she first had to dissolve the framework that insisted she was only a maid, only a silent figure in the background. She began small. She allowed herself to imagine a different version of herself, someone who spoke with confidence, who created beauty with her hands beyond folding linens, who moved through the city with her head lifted high. She didn't try to force change overnight. She let the old self melt piece by piece by refusing to feed it with her belief. Within months, she found herself apprenticing with a local dressmaker who admired her eye for detail. Her days, once defined by repetition, became a canvas for creation, not because she fought harder, but because she stopped defending the version of herself that no longer fit. The ancient ritual of identity dissolution begins with gentle surrender. Today, choose one limiting identity you have been carrying. Perhaps the one that says you are not creative, not bold, not lucky. Instead of fighting it, simply stop agreeing with it. Close your eyes and see yourself beyond that identity. Feel the freedom of not needing to be who you were yesterday. Watch how miracles long waiting at the edges of your life find their way into the open spaces you create by letting the old melt away. In the empty hands of the surrendered self, life places its brightest gifts. In a crowded atelier on the outskirts of Rome in 1935, Matteo Ricci bent over his canvases, brush in hand, sweat beading at his brow. He painted furiously, chasing the vision he longed to capture, believing that if he just worked harder, faster, longer, he could force the masterpiece into existence. Yet no matter how much effort he poured onto the canvas, something was missing. The colors were lifeless, the composition strained. He watched younger, less disciplined artists find success effortlessly, their work flowing like rivers while his felt like dragging a stone uphill. One evening, after another fruitless day, Matteo slumped before a blank canvas and asked aloud into the dim room, "What am I missing?" The answer came not as a thunderous revelation, but as a quiet shift in perception. He realized he had been treating creation like a battle. He was trying to achieve brilliance through muscle, willing the art into being through force. But the younger artists he envied weren't trying harder. They were being something he was not yet allowing himself to become. They were embodying the very energy they wished to express. They were not reaching for inspiration. They were living in it. Matteo put down his brush. For the first time, he closed his eyes, breathed deeply, and allowed himself to feel the joy, the freedom, the ease of the painter he longed to be. Not as a goal to chase, but as a state to inhabit now. He let that energy flood him until it felt as natural as the beating of his heart. When he finally lifted his brush again, he no longer painted from strain. He painted from embodiment. The lines flowed, the colors sang. The canvas, once a battlefield, became an extension of his own awakened spirit. The world teaches that more effort guarantees greater results. But the hidden truth is that effort alone often pushes what you want further away, signaling to life that what you seek is not yet yours. Embodiment, however, pulls your desires into form effortlessly. When you become the energy of what you want, life responds not to your striving, but to your being. Matteo's work soon drew attention from a gallery owner who happened to pass by his open window. Commissions followed, exhibitions bloomed. His success came not because he learned a new technique or found a better strategy, but because he finally understood the secret. Stop trying to achieve it and start being it. The ancient ritual of embodiment begins with energetic rehearsal. Today, choose one desire, whether success, love, freedom, or abundance. Close your eyes. Feel the version of you who already lives it. How do they breathe, walk, speak? Bring that version to life within you now. Move through the day, not as someone chasing a dream, but as someone expressing a reality that is already true within. The canvas of life responds not to the frantic hand, but to the steady soul who dares to embody the masterpiece first, knowing the visible world must eventually catch up to what is already alive within. In the shaded courtyards of Valencia in 1936, Diego Morales leaned against a sun-warmed stone wall, his guitar resting casually against his hip. For years he had played tirelessly in the crowded plazas, his heart tight with hope and urgency, pouring every ounce of longing into each song. He wanted recognition so badly, it almost strangled his music, weaving tension into every note. Yet the more fiercely he desired acclaim, the more it seemed to slip from his grasp. One afternoon, after a long, fruitless performance, Diego simply gave up. Not out of bitterness, but out of a sudden, weary clarity. He tuned his guitar, leaned back against the wall, and began to play, not for the crowd, not for the coins, but for himself. No pushing, no grasping, no pleading energy, He played because he loved it, because it was what he was born to do. And in that effortless state, without needing anything from the world, people began to gather. Applause rose. Opportunity found him. Diego had stumbled upon a secret few understand. The universe responds most swiftly when you stop clutching at your desires and start carrying them lightly. Energetic nonchalance is not coldness or detachment from passion. It is the confident indifference that comes from knowing you are already whole, that your desire is already moving toward you, that you do not need to grasp it with desperate hands. Desire carried too heavily collapses under its own weight, but desire held lightly, like a song sung for no audience but the soul, rises and spreads with effortless power. Most are taught that to achieve a dream, they must hunger for it, obsess over it, fixate on it constantly. But fixation often signals fear, scarcity, and unworthiness. It tells reality, I don't believe I have this, and I am afraid I never will. And the universe, faithful to the signals you send, mirrors that back. Nonchalance, true nonchalance, is not about apathy. It is about mastery of energy. It says, I know this is mine. I am complete, whether it comes today or tomorrow. And in that relaxed certainty, reality bends faster, flowing into the open spaces your relaxed energy creates. Diego's career blossomed not because he pushed harder, but because he finally stopped pushing at all. His music carried a different frequency, one that spoke of freedom rather than need. It magnetized listeners, patrons, and opportunities without him having to chase them down. The ancient ritual of relaxed receiving begins with emotional loosening. Today, pick one desire you have been gripping too tightly. Step back, breathe. Imagine holding it like a bird perched lightly on your palm, free to come and go, cherished, but not caged. Feel the sufficiency of your own being, with or without its immediate arrival. Move through the day with that easy, sovereign energy. Watch how life quickens to fill the space left open by your surrender. The universe is not moved by desperate longing. It is moved by the graceful dance of one who trusts. Their song will be heard whether or not they shout. Play your music anyway. Life is already listening. In the hushed gardens of Kyoto in 1931, Akiko Tanaka knelt beside a koi pond, watching the water ripple around the smooth stones beneath the surface. She had spent months in restless effort, trying to secure a future that seemed just out of reach. A place at the calligraphy school, a life of beauty and meaning carved from the simplicity she cherished. Each day she prayed with a trembling heart. Each night she worried and planned and pleaded with the unseen forces of the world. Yet nothing shifted. It was as if her desires slid endlessly across the surface of life, unable to break through. On this particular morning, exhausted by her own striving, Akiko simply watched the water. She let her breath slow. She allowed the thoughts to drift by like the clouds above. And in the deepening stillness, a space opened within her, a point of perfect quiet, no wanting, no forcing, no fear, only being. In that still point, a strange certainty arose, soft but immovable. It said, "It is already done." Akiko felt it so fully that it needed no words. She stood, gathered her brushes without urgency, and returned home. That very afternoon, a messenger arrived at her door with a scroll. The headmaster of the calligraphy school had seen a piece she had submitted weeks earlier and invited her to apprentice with the masters. To those around her it seemed sudden, miraculous, but Akiko knew that the shift had occurred before the knock on the door, in that timeless moment by the pond, when she had touched the still point within. Manifestation does not happen in the frantic motion of the mind. It does not happen in the endless rehearsal of desires or in the tugging, pleading energy of need. True creation happens in the still point, the space where thought dissolves into being, where the past and future evaporate into the eternal now. In that stillness, you stop vibrating lack, doubt, and impatience. You become the fulfilled frequency of what you seek. And because life is a mirror, it must reflect that frequency into form. Most believe that they must continue striving until their desires are achieved. But striving often keeps you orbiting the very reality you wish to escape. When you stop, truly stop, the rush of energy, the noise of expectation, you create a clearing where reality can crystallize instantly around your new vibration. It is not time that makes manifestation slow. It is the mind's refusal to let go into stillness. Akiko's life unfolded not because she found the perfect strategy, but because she surrendered into the perfect moment of pure being. From that place, reality bent swiftly and effortlessly. The ancient ritual of stillness activation begins with conscious emptiness. Today, take a moment to sit without agenda, without wanting, without fixing. Breathe into your center until the waves of thought settle. Find the still point within you, the space beneath the noise. From that space, feel your desire not as something to reach for, but as something already inside you, humming quietly. Hold it gently, then rise, move, act without grasping. Watch how life, reading the clarity of your stillness, rushes to meet you without resistance. Creation happens not in effort, but in the silent certainty of being. In the worn tenements of Warsaw, in 1935, Anya Lewandowski stitched garments by candlelight, her fingers moving with mechanical precision. Each night as she sewed, she told herself the same silent story, that she was destined for smallness, that luck belonged to others, that her life would always be stitched together from scraps. These were not thoughts she spoke aloud, nor even ones she fully recognized. They lived like a quiet hum beneath her every action, guiding her choices, coloring her hopes, shaping the very boundaries of what she believed was possible. Though she dreamed of opening her own dress shop, she never took the steps, convinced without questioning that it was beyond her reach. One evening, as the snow began to fall softly outside her narrow window, Anya overheard two women talking as they picked up mended coats. They spoke of a neighbor, a woman no more educated or wealthy than they, who had opened a small storefront 2 streets away. There was awe in their voices, and disbelief, and something that struck Anya sharply. This woman had no greater advantages, only a different story running inside her mind. In that instant, the fabric of Anya's old beliefs frayed. She realized she had been living not according to reality, but according to the story she kept telling herself about reality. A story inherited, repeated, and reinforced, but never truly examined. Reality does not limit you. The story you tell about reality does. It acts as a lens over your perception, filtering opportunities, altering choices, building invisible walls around what you allow yourself to experience. Most people do not live inside the facts of their lives. They live inside the interpretation of those facts, inside a narrative built from past hurts, inherited fears, and unchallenged assumptions. And unless that story is questioned, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Anya decided that night to drop the story. She did not argue with it or fight it or try to fix it. She simply stopped carrying it forward. She began to act as if she were not the girl destined for smallness, but a woman stepping boldly into a future she had not yet fully seen. She approached a landlord about renting a corner stall. She spent evenings sketching dress designs instead of replaying her doubts. She let her actions speak a new story, and life, ever the faithful mirror, adjusted around her. Within a year, her small dress shop bustled with customers, not because the world had changed, but because she had stopped binding herself to a past-based script. The ancient ritual of story shedding begins with quiet recognition. Today, listen for the old stories you tell yourself, the ones that say what is possible for you, what you are worth, what you must expect. When you hear them, do not argue. Simply drop them like a stone you no longer wish to carry. In their absence, a new space opens. In that space, you are free to write a new narrative, not based on what has been, but on what you now choose to become. Life will follow the story you dare to tell. Make it a story worth living. In the narrow streets of Florence in 1933, Luca Benedetti stood behind the counter of his family's aging bakery, watching customers pass by without stopping. He had tried everything he knew, new recipes, brighter signs, longer hours, but the flow of business remained stubbornly thin. Each evening he closed the shutters with a heavier heart, telling himself that the world outside was simply too crowded, too noisy for someone like him to succeed. Yet deep down, a question began to form. What if the struggle wasn't outside at all? What if the force that moved mountains lay somewhere unseen, somewhere within? One morning, after a sleepless night pacing the creaky floorboards, Luca made a decision that seemed absurd in its simplicity. He would change nothing visible. He would not bake new goods or repaint the walls or lower his prices. Instead, he would change the way he stood behind the counter. He would change the way he greeted each customer, not from obligation but from quiet joy. He would imagine every time he turned the key in the shop door that he was welcoming success already unfolding, not chasing it down with weary hands. He adjusted his posture, his thoughts, his silent expectations. Small shifts, invisible to anyone else, yet the change in energy was undeniable. Within a week, people began lingering longer by the shop windows. Curious faces peeked inside. A visiting merchant from another district tasted Luca's bread and requested a standing order. Business grew not from massive new efforts, but from a subtle recalibration of the energy Luca carried within himself. 1,000 invisible strings began pulling reality differently, responding to the new frequency he transmitted without speaking a word. The great illusion is that change must be dramatic to be effective. That outer effort, loud and forceful, is what moves the machinery of life. Yet the deepest leverage is always invisible. A shift in belief, a decision to carry yourself differently, an inner realignment of expectation. These are the quiet acts that move mountains while the world thinks you are standing still. Reality is sensitive, attuned, responding in ways that the logical mind cannot measure but the heart can always feel. Luca's bakery became a symbol of quiet success, not because he overhauled the structure, but because he overhauled the unseen architecture of his being. Each smile, each loaf handed over the counter carried a new vibration, and reality, obedient as ever, answered without hesitation. The ancient ritual of invisible leverage begins with one deliberate adjustment. Today, pick one internal element, your posture, your thoughts before entering a room, your expectations when you make a request. Shift it slightly upward. Infuse it with belief, confidence, quiet joy. Move through the world as if life is already conspiring in your favor, even if no evidence has yet appeared. Watch how small changes within create waves outside, moving people, events, and opportunities into place. You do not need to force the river to change its course. You need only place your hand differently in the water, and the current will respond. In the sun-drenched fields outside Barcelona in 1935, Sofia Delgado chased a tattered kite across the wildflower-strewn hills. Her laughter rang out into the clear blue sky, effortless and pure, as the wind carried the colorful scrap of fabric higher and higher. She ran not to catch it, but to dance with it, to feel the thrilling pull of invisible forces lifting something beyond her reach without resistance. In that moment, Sophia was not trying to control the wind. She was moving with it, in it, as part of it. And in that playful surrender, the kite soared higher than she had ever managed on days when she had pulled and tugged with all her strength. Sophia would later remember that afternoon when faced with heavier challenges, the dream of opening a dance school, the need to convince stern city officials to grant her space. Her first instinct was to press harder, to argue, to prove herself through sheer effort, but something within her whispered otherwise. She remembered the kite. She remembered that things moved higher, faster, easier when she was in a state of lightness, not force. She chose joy instead of strain. She approached each meeting, each letter, each opportunity, not from tight urgency, but from the energy of ease, gratitude, and playfulness. And life responded. not slowly, not grudgingly, but swiftly and surprisingly, as if it too preferred the path of least resistance. The unseen truth is that joy has velocity. It accelerates the unfolding of dreams because it carries the frequency of completion, of trust, of open flow. Joy signals to the universe that you are already connected to the life you seek, that you are not chasing something missing, but expanding something alive. Force, on the other hand, signals separation. It says, I must push to make this happen. And so life, faithful to your energy, becomes something heavy to be pushed. Most are taught that seriousness is a sign of commitment, that grim focus proves worthiness. But the deeper currents of reality are moved not by strained minds, but by buoyant hearts. Lightness does not mean irresponsibility. It means alignment. It means knowing that the universe leans faster toward those who walk with the energy of fulfillment, not frustration. Sophia's dance school opened within months, against all the odds the world had warned her about. Students flocked to her classes not just for the steps she taught, but for the energy she carried, an energy that whispered in every graceful movement that life was meant to be danced with, not wrestled into submission. The ancient ritual of joyful acceleration begins with a conscious lifting of spirit. Today, approach one task, one conversation, one dream with a deliberate shift into lightness. Smile not because of what you expect to receive, but because of what you already are. Move not to force the outcome, but to celebrate the unfolding. Watch how reality, sensing your frequency, rushes forward to meet you, faster and more beautifully than effort alone could ever achieve. Joy is not an accessory to life. It is the secret engine behind its swiftest miracles. In the misty mornings of Dublin in 1936, Eamon Doyle sat on a low stone wall, watching the city stir to life. He had come to the city full of hope, a worn satchel of poems tucked under his arm, but after months of rejection and hardship, his spirit felt heavy, tangled in frustration and despair. Each day began the same, gathering enough courage to face another round of indifference, another handful of closed doors. One morning, as rain misted against his collar and the cold gnawed at his bones, Eamon noticed something curious. Across the street, a street performer played a lively tune on a battered fiddle. Though the day was as bleak as any before, those who gathered around the fiddler laughed, clapped, and dropped coins into the open case. Nothing external had changed, the weather, the city, the worn stones, but the energy was different around that music, vibrant and alive. Eamon realized, standing in the drizzle, that life was not a fixed stone he was forced to hammer against. It was a series of frequencies, like invisible radio channels, each carrying a different version of reality. His despair had not been caused by the city's rejection alone. It had been deepened, sustained by the emotional channel he had tuned into and remained locked within. If the fiddler could create a pocket of joy amid the same gray streets, then perhaps he could change his own reality, not by altering the world, but by altering the frequency he inhabited. Most believe that reality is rigid, that circumstances must first change before feelings can. Yet the deeper truth reveals itself to those who dare to shift from within. You are a transmitter, and life mirrors back the signal you send. Change your emotional channel, and you step into a parallel current of reality, a version where new opportunities, different outcomes, and unexpected blessings are already flowing. Eamon, from that day forward, practiced frequency hopping. When he caught himself sinking into discouragement, he would close his eyes and breathe into a different channel, the feeling of success, of ease, of belonging. He wrote poems from that place. He carried himself through the streets as if he were already part of the city's tapestry. Within weeks, a small literary magazine published one of his pieces. Invitations to readings followed. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, his external world began to resemble the new emotional world he had claimed for himself. The ancient ritual of frequency hopping begins with deliberate emotional pivoting. Today, when you encounter frustration, fear, or weariness, pause before reacting. Breathe deeply. Consciously choose a higher channel. Gratitude, joy, creativity, trust. Even if the external world offers no immediate justification, act, speak, and think from that elevated place. Watch how circumstances begin to bend, how different people and possibilities start finding you. Reality is a dance floor filled with countless songs. The melody you hear depends not on luck or effort, but on the emotional frequency you dare to tune into. Shift the channel, and the entire dance changes with you. In the bustling streets of Naples in 1934, Marco Vitale stood before a crumbled wall that separated him from his dream. Behind that wall was a small, abandoned courtyard, perfect for the cafe he had envisioned for years. But the city officials demanded permits he could not afford. Neighbors protested the noise it might bring, and friends warned him of the endless bureaucracy. Every step he tried to take seemed to meet resistance, a wall behind the wall. For weeks he wrestled with frustration, feeling blocked at every turn, trapped in a maze with no exit. One evening, as he sat watching the sun melt into the Bay of Naples, he realized something profound. Perhaps the obstacles were not barriers to stop him, but raw materials to be shaped. Challenges not as denials, but invitations to create differently. The mind is conditioned to view obstacles as walls, immovable, hostile, final. Yet reality operates more like a pliable field, one that mirrors the energy you project onto it. When you see an obstacle as proof of defeat, it hardens, it resists. But when you meet it as neutral energy, open for reinterpretation, it becomes malleable, transformable. The obstacle itself has no inherent meaning. It is your perception that defines whether it blocks or builds. Marco stopped treating the wall, the permits, and the complaints as battles to be fought. He began seeing them as neutral forms of energy, forces he could redirect. Instead of arguing with officials, he partnered with a local craftsman to propose a shared cultural space. Instead of fighting neighbors, he offered them free coffee samples and a quiet reading corner. He used the energy of resistance not as friction, but as fuel. Within a year, the courtyard buzzed with music, conversation, and the sweet scent of fresh pastries. What once seemed like an immovable wall had become the very foundation of his success, precisely because he had refused to see it as a block. Challenges are not punishments. They are raw energy, waiting to be shaped by the hands of consciousness. Every so-called block contains momentum, attention, and opportunity. Power that can be directed the moment you stop judging it as opposition. Most never discover this because they collapse at the first sight of resistance, interpreting it as a command to retreat rather than a canvas to create upon. The ancient ritual of obstacle alchemy begins with a shift in perception. Today, identify one obstacle standing between you and your desire. Rather than reacting with frustration, pause. See it not as a wall, but as loose material. Ask, how can this energy be redirected? Where is the hidden opening? Move toward it with curiosity, not combat. Bend, adapt, weave new pathways where none seem to exist. Watch how the obstacle softens, transforms, even disappears under the light of your new awareness. Life does not place barriers in your path to stop you. It places unshaped energy in your path, inviting you to become an artist, a creator, a master of turning walls into doorways. In the quiet villages along the Rhine River in 1936, Clara Hoffman spent her days weaving intricate patterns into thick, colorful tapestries. Each piece took weeks to complete, her hands moving rhythmically as the seasons passed beyond the stone windows. She longed for a life beyond the village, for a future where her art would hang in great halls admired by those who understood the stories woven into each thread. Yet every time she thought of leaving, fear and doubt pulled at her like heavy chains. The present seemed too strong, the future too distant. One evening, as she finished the final knot on a tapestry of migrating birds, Clara felt a strange sensation, not of reaching forward, but of being pulled. It was as if the life she dreamed of was not far ahead, but already alive somewhere, tugging at her gently, waiting for her to follow. The mind tends to imagine the future as something we must chase, a distant peak we must climb with gritted teeth and weary steps. But in the deeper fabric of reality, the future is not ahead of you. It is beside you, all around you, vibrating softly, already formed in unseen dimensions. It calls not for your struggle, but for your alignment. It pulls on you with the gravity of something inevitable the moment you attune to it. Dreams are not born in the future. They exist now, pulling at the edges of your awareness, waiting for you to trust their call more than the weight of your current circumstances. Clara began to work differently after that night. She no longer treated her dreams as desperate wishes hurled into a silent sky. She treated them as living forces already alive within her, guiding her steps. She infused each tapestry with the feeling of being seen, of being valued. She stitched as if she were already preparing pieces for distant galleries, already fulfilling her destiny. And soon, a merchant passing through the village noticed her work and invited her to display her tapestries in the city. The gravity of her future, once faint and ignored, became a roaring current carrying her forward, not through force, but through feeling. When you begin to feel the future, not as a hope, but as a pull, you collapse the distance between yourself and what is meant for you. You are not creating the future from scratch. You are surrendering to a current that has been waiting for your trust. Every moment spent feeling its inevitability strengthens the bridge between what is unseen and what is seen. The ancient ritual of future magnetization begins with conscious immersion. Today, choose one future reality you have dreamed of, but treat it as far away. Close your eyes. Feel its gravity pulling you. Let the feeling become stronger than the noise of doubt, stronger than the heaviness of the present. Move through your day as someone already tethered to that reality, already living under its inevitable pull. Watch how people, opportunities, and synchronicities shift to meet the future you finally dared to feel as real. Your dreams are not ahead of you. They are already here, reaching back. Let yourself be pulled. In the narrow streets of Vienna in 1937, Emil Fischer watched the world pass him by from the dusty window of the small clock shop where he worked. Each morning he wound the delicate gears of ancient timepieces. Each afternoon he repaired cracked faces and worn hands. His dream, buried deep under the ticking minutes, was to become a composer, to fill concert halls with music that stirred hearts. Yet he told himself again and again that it was impossible. There were too many steps, too many years of schooling he could not afford, too many connections he did not have. He believed, like most, that success was a staircase built one narrow, arduous step at a time, and that since he could not see the entire staircase, he had no choice but to stay where he was. One evening after closing the shop, Emil wandered into a dim cafe where a young violinist performed for a handful of patrons. As the final note lingered in the smoky air, the violinist smiled and said something that lodged itself deep in Emil's mind. "You don't climb music, you leap into it." Emil lay awake that night staring at the ceiling, the words rolling over him like a slow, unstoppable tide. What if life, like music, did not require the slow, painful conquering of each imagined step? What if he could leap, not by completing every middle rung, but by shifting directly into the state where his dream already lived? The linear mind worships sequence. It insists that things must happen one painstaking step after another, that the only way to a dream is through every checkpoint it can imagine. Yet reality, in its deeper layers, is not linear. It is quantum, fluid, responsive. The middle steps only matter to the mind trapped in the old model of cause and effect. But life, when touched through intention and frequency, allows for leaps that defy logic and rewrite timelines. Emile stopped waiting for the day he could afford a conservatory or be discovered through the proper channels. He composed in the quiet hours of the night, letting music pour through him as if the concert halls were already listening. He carried himself not as a shop clerk who dreamed, but as a composer who happened for now to repair clocks. His first symphony, shared timidly with a patron at the cafe, found its way into a chamber hall performance months later. No middle steps completed, no approval gathered, just a leap, carried by certainty and frequency, from the invisible to the real. The ancient ritual of non-linear living begins with a refusal to obey the map of fear. Today, pick one dream where you have felt trapped by the imagined steps. Close your eyes and bypass them. Feel yourself already at the destination. Walk, speak, act from that place, not pretending but embodying the reality beyond the staircase. Watch how life reshuffles, how unlikely shortcuts appear, how what once seemed far suddenly stands before you. The middle steps were never the point. The leap was. The leap always was. In the golden fields of Provence in 1934, Lucette Fournier harvested lavender beneath a sky so wide it seemed to contain the whole of existence. Yet even as she moved through endless rows of violet blooms, a gnawing sense of lack clung to her. No matter how full the baskets grew, no matter how many bundles she prepared for the markets, she worried it would never be enough. Enough to pay the taxes, enough to repair the roof, enough to keep her place in a world that always seemed just one poor season away from collapse. Her body lived among abundance, but her mind was trapped in a program of scarcity, written into her long before she ever walked those fields. One afternoon, as she rested against an ancient olive tree, Lucette overheard two travelers speaking. One gestured to the hills and said with awe, "There is always more than enough, if you know how to see it." The words pierced her like sunlight breaking through cloud. It wasn't the lavender or the coins or the harvests that determined her experience. It was the lens through which she looked. Her scarcity was not in her world. It was in her expectation. Most inherit a scarcity program without ever realizing it. They are taught from childhood that resources are limited, that opportunities are rare, that one must fight and scrape for every crumb of happiness. And so they live defensively, tightening their hands around what little they believe they can claim, viewing the world as a place where gain for one must mean loss for another. Yet the deeper nature of reality reveals a different law. Abundance is not rare. It is the foundation of all existence. The rivers do not ration their flow. The trees do not count each leaf. The stars do not limit their light. Lucette began to change by changing what she believed she was allowed to expect. She started each morning not by counting what was missing, but by standing barefoot in the fields and declaring aloud, "There is more than enough for me." She allowed herself to see abundance not just in crops, but in the sunlight, the laughter of children, the endless new ideas that rose within her when she walked slowly and listened. Her energy softened, her field of possibility expanded, buyers came more easily, friends brought unexpected gifts, money, opportunities, and joy began to find her without the desperate grasping that once ruled her days. The ancient ritual of abundance activation begins with a shift in assumption. Today, notice where the scarcity program speaks through you. When you find yourself thinking that there isn't enough, pause, breathe, replace it with, "There is more than enough for me." Act as if abundance is the ground beneath your feet, not the prize dangling out of reach. Give generously, move confidently, trust easily. Watch how life, always mirroring your inner state, brings forth a reality shaped not by fear of losing, but by the certainty of plenty. Scarcity was only ever a program. Abundance has always been the truth, waiting beneath it. In the cool, narrow streets of Porto in 1936, Rafael Costa sat at a cafe table, his hands wrapped around a chipped cup of coffee growing cold. Before him lay two letters, one offering a safe but stifling position at a shipping firm, the other inviting him to join a fledgling cooperative of artists and writers with no promise of income, only the shimmer of possibility. For weeks he had lived in a restless limbo, weighing the options, waiting for a sign clear enough to erase the fear gnawing at his gut. Each day he delayed, life itself seemed to stall, the shipping job growing impatient, the artist moving forward without him. As the sun dipped behind the terracotta roofs, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, a realization surfaced in Raphael's mind as cleanly as a blade. It was not time that created delays. It was indecision. His waiting for certainty was the very thing preventing certainty from arriving. The truth that unfolded in that fading light was simple yet powerful. Decision is the switch that collapses timelines. The longer you linger between options, the longer you postpone the unfolding of the path you are meant to walk. Life does not fully rally its forces behind you until you decide, until you move with the full weight of your own yes. Indecision creates a fog that confuses the field of reality. Certainty, even if made imperfectly, acts like a lightning rod, clarifying, energizing, magnetizing all necessary events toward you. Raphael folded the shipping firm's letter into a neat square and tucked it into his coat pocket, not as a keepsake, but as a final goodbye. He rose from the cafe table and walked briskly toward the modest attic where the artists gathered each evening, his step lighter than it had been in months. Within weeks, a newspaper published one of his essays. Within months, the cooperative began attracting patrons. Raphael's life accelerated not because he chose the perfect path, but because he chose it fully, cutting off all back doors and hesitation. Most imagine that delay is caused by external forces, the right opportunity not appearing, the right person not calling, the timing not being ripe. But more often, delay is the result of inner wavering. Life mirrors the clarity or confusion you carry within. When you stand on uncertain ground, life hesitates to build bridges. When you plant your flag with conviction, the terrain rises to meet you. The ancient ritual of decisive alignment begins with courageous commitment. Today, choose one area where you have been hesitating, one decision you have dragged behind you like a heavy chain. Breathe deeply. Listen not for the absence of fear, but for the presence of pull. Then decide, fully and without apology. Step into the energy of that choice as if no other reality exists. Watch how reality, sensing your sudden clarity, reorganizes itself at a speed that defies logic. The decision is the moment the future catches fire. The switch is always in your hand. You need only flip it. In the sun-flooded courtyards of Marrakesh, in 1937, Yasmina Belkacem sat cross-legged beneath a fig tree, her weaving set aside for the day. Around her, life bustled with urgency. Merchants haggling, children darting through the alleys, camels groaning under heavy loads, yet Yasmina remained still, not from exhaustion but by choice. She had spent most of her life chasing outcomes, better prices at the market, more cloth sold, a kinder future drawn hurriedly from the tight threads of her current life. But no matter how fiercely she pushed, the world always seemed to slip from her grasp like water through fingers clenched too tightly. That afternoon, as she let the sun warm her face and the noise of the world pass by without her interference, she discovered something powerful: the art of watching without wanting. Most are taught that to change life, they must constantly intervene, pushing, pulling, demanding. Yet there exists a deeper force, one that stirs reality with a softer, subtler hand. It is the energy of the sacred observer, the one who watches life without grasping at it, without judging it, without desperate need. In pure observation, you cease sending out the frantic signals of lack and resistance. You become a mirror, and reality, sensing no distortion in your field, begins to organize itself with astonishing clarity and grace. Yasmina noticed something curious in the days that followed her first experiment in stillness. The merchant who once refused her fair prices now offered better terms without her asking. New customers found her weaving not because she called to them, but because her calm presence seemed to draw them like a magnet. Opportunities that once required effort and struggle began to find her as naturally as fruit ripens under the steady sun. The sacred observer changes the world not by force but by frequency. When you observe without the tight grip of personal need, you enter a different relationship with reality. You signal trust, you radiate peace, and life, always faithful to the vibration you carry, mirrors that peace back to you in form. Solutions appearing, relationships healing, doors opening with a gentleness that striving could never achieve. Most people distort their reality by trying to wrestle it into submission, introducing turbulence into the very fields they wish to calm. But observation without wanting is a silent alignment with the way things are meant to flow. It is the act of stepping out of the river's way and letting it carry you effortlessly to where you always belonged. The ancient ritual of sacred observation begins with non-interference. Today, choose one area of life where you have been trying too hard, one place where your desire has created more noise than clarity. Step back, watch without commentary, notice without grasping, allow without forcing. Feel the power of your calm gaze softening the rigidity of life's structures around you. In the quiet, in the stillness of the sacred observer, miracles move not because you chase them, but because you create the perfect still waters for them to find you. Reality blooms where it is seen with love, not demanded with fear. Be the observer and watch the world change in return. In the dusty plazas of Seville in 1935, Nicolas Reyes moved through the crowded market stalls with a heavy heart. His family's small olive oil business was slipping away, squeezed by larger merchants with louder voices and heavier purses. Day after day he labored longer, shouted louder, bargained harder, each effort tightening around him like a net. The more he pushed, the more the ground seemed to give way beneath him. One evening, as the bells of the cathedral tolled against the golden sky, Nicholas sat alone on a worn stone bench and let the truth settle into his tired bones. All his struggling had not brought him closer to what he wanted. It had only made the journey heavier. In that stillness, Nicholas noticed something he had never truly seen. Across the plaza, a young vendor selling hand-carved toys played a soft melody on a reed flute. He did not shout, he did not chase customers, he simply played, joyfully, easily. Children gathered, laughter filled the square, and coins clinked into his basket without any desperate grasping. It struck Nicholas with a force stronger than any sermon. Movement does not require pushing. Action does not require struggle. There was another way. Inspired action is not born from panic or force. It rises naturally from alignment, from the quiet certainty that your desires are already being answered, and that your role is not to shove reality into place, but to step forward when life invites you. Pushing signals distrust. It declares that the universe must be bullied into compliance. Inspired action, by contrast, trusts that the path will appear when you are ready to walk it, and that the energy to move will flow through you without strain. Nicholas returned to the market the next day with a different spirit. He stopped shouting. He stopped chasing. He arranged the olive oil bottles thoughtfully, wrote short stories about the origins of each harvest on slips of parchment, and placed them alongside the bottles. He let his passion for the land, the trees, the seasons, speak louder than any bargaining voice could. He moved when inspiration nudged him, greeting a passerby with warmth, telling a story when someone lingered, stepping back when silence was needed. And slowly, the tide turned. His stand became a gathering place. Orders grew not from pushing, but from the effortless magnetism of his aligned presence. The ancient ritual of inspired motion begins with listening. Today, instead of pushing through resistance with will alone, pause. Ask yourself, where does the energy naturally want to move? What step feels light, exciting, effortless? Follow that thread, even if it leads to something small, a conversation, a smile, a shift in approach. Trust it. Watch how reality responds, not to your frantic energy, but to your joyful alignment. Movement without pushing carries a different weight, a different momentum. It invites life to dance with you, not against you. Struggle was never a requirement, it was only a habit, waiting to be unlearned. The path forward has always been closer than you think, waiting not for your force, but for your inspired, trusting step. In the soft glow of the early morning markets of Alexandria, in 1932, Layla Hassan laid out her wares with careful hands, arranging delicate fabrics dyed in colors as rich as the desert sunsets. She had a dream that stretched far beyond the marketplace, a grand shop of her own filled with travelers from distant cities marveling at her artistry. But each day she measured her dream against the passing seasons, the slow drip of time, the milestones that had not yet arrived. With every sunrise, she whispered a prayer for speed, and with every sunset, she measured the distance between where she stood and where she longed to be, a distance that never seemed to shrink. The waiting became a weight, heavier with each passing week, dragging her spirit down beneath the golden sands. One afternoon, after a long and fruitless day, Layla sat by the river's edge and listened to the water slip by, effortless and sure. The river did not hurry, it did not doubt, it simply moved, knowing it would reach the sea without question, without worry, without need to measure the miles. In that quiet moment, a realization bloomed within her like a desert flower after rain. It was her attachment to a timeline that was creating the feeling of delay. It was not life that was slow. It was her insistence on how and when things should unfold that built walls where there could have been open paths. The truth hidden from most eyes is that time, as you experience it, is elastic. The tighter you grip a timeline, the more you signal distrust in the natural unfolding of your life. You say to reality, I do not trust you to bring this to me unless it happens exactly when and how I demand. And life, ever obedient to the energy you carry, reflects that tension back to you in the form of waiting, obstacles, and endless striving. But when you release the timeline, when you trust that what you desire is already making its way to you in the most perfect form, you collapse the very distance you feared. You draw it closer, faster, smoother than your mind could ever orchestrate. Layla returned to her stall different. She no longer counted the days. She no longer obsessed over how long it would take. She acted as if her dream was inevitable, certain, as natural as the river reaching the sea. She crafted her fabrics with joy, spoke to customers with warmth, and trusted the unseen currents moving beneath her life. Within a few months, a merchant from Cairo discovered her work and offered her a place in his caravan of goods destined for the city's finest bazaar. The opportunity arrived not on her timeline, but on a better one, a timeline she could never have planned, but one her trust had quietly summoned. The ancient ritual of timeline surrender begins with release. Today, choose one dream you have been gripping with urgency. Breathe deeply. Whisper to yourself, it is already on its way. I release the when and the how. Then move through your day with the lightness of someone who knows the river cannot fail to meet the sea. Watch how life bends, quickens, and surprises you when you finally loosen your hold and trust the greater wisdom carrying you forward. In the narrow, bustling streets of Cairo in 1935, Sami Khoury walked with a basket of hand-carved trinkets, weaving through the vibrant crowds with the quiet hope that today someone important would notice his craft. Each day he approached the bazaar with the same anxious energy, an undercurrent of uncertainty humming beneath his smile. Every transaction was a plea, every greeting was laced with the silent question, Will today be the day? And every evening he returned home weary, the hope in his chest a little thinner than before. One morning, standing before the mirror in his modest room, Sammy noticed something he had long ignored. His posture, his face, even his voice carried the hidden signature of doubt. It was not the world telling him no. It was the vibration of his own uncertainty broadcasting ahead of him, creating a reality that faithfully mirrored it. In that reflection, a different thought rose inside him, not frantic, not desperate, but steady and clear. What if the outcome were already guaranteed? What if success was not something he had to chase down, but something he could walk toward, calmly, as if it had already been promised? That day, Sammy moved differently. He spoke not with the tone of someone asking for permission to succeed, but with the quiet assurance of someone whose success was inevitable. He displayed his carvings not as a merchant desperate for sales, but as an artist offering beauty to those ready to receive it. He no longer measured each passerby's reaction as a verdict on his worth. He knew what was coming. He trusted it. The energy of inevitability carries a magnetic pull. It does not scream or struggle. It whispers certainty into the fabric of reality, and reality, obedient to the dominant vibration, begins to bend and shift. When you move as though the outcome is inevitable, you stop leaking energy into doubt. You stop chasing, convincing, and overcompensating. You step into a field where reality has no choice but to catch up to the conviction you embody. Sammy's breakthrough came not through a sudden stroke of luck, but through the silent gravitational field he began to carry. Within weeks, a wealthy traveler admired his work and placed a large order, enough to fund his dream of opening his own shop. Others followed, drawn not just to the quality of his craft, but to the unshakable knowing woven into every piece he presented. The ancient ritual of inevitability anchoring begins with full-body certainty. Today, take one goal, one dream, and for the next hour, walk, speak, and think, as if its fulfillment were already secured, already written in the invisible script of your life. Carry yourself as the one who has already received. Respond to the world from that frequency. Watch how doubts lose their grip, how circumstances begin to shape themselves around your unwavering field. Life does not respond to the loudest wish. It responds to the quietest certainty. Become the one who no longer wonders if. Become the one who already knows. In the cobbled lanes of Edinburgh in 1934, Isla McGregor sat behind the counter of a small bookstore, lost in daydreams between slow afternoons of dusting shelves and mending worn bindings. She had long harbored a quiet hope of becoming a writer, but the world around her seemed indifferent. Day after day, she buried her dreams beneath the heavy coat of practicality. It wasn't until one rainy afternoon, when the store was empty and the only sound was the tapping of water against the window panes, that something inside her shifted. Without ceremony or announcement, she decided that she would no longer wait for external permission. She would live as if she already was what she dreamed to be. She stood a little straighter behind the counter. She chose words with more confidence when speaking to customers. She wrote late into the night, not hoping, but knowing. In the days that followed, nothing earth-shattering seemed to occur. There were no parades, no dramatic telegrams. But small, almost imperceptible things began to happen. A customer asked if she had ever considered publishing, though she had never mentioned her writing. A friend gifted her a fountain pen without knowing she had just filled her last ink bottle. An old teacher stopped by unexpectedly with news of a literary contest accepting unknown authors. These moments could have been dismissed as coincidence, but Isla sensed the deeper pattern. These were not accidents. They were invisible proofs that something inside her had shifted, and reality, ever sensitive to vibration, was rearranging itself in response. Synchronicities, the uncanny meetings, the perfect timing, the sudden appearance of exactly what you need, are not random. They are the footprints of your inner transformation, the outer evidence that your frequency has changed even before the full manifestation arrives. When you shift your identity, your assumptions, your emotional baseline, reality begins to echo that shift back to you in subtle, unmistakable ways. Most miss these signs because they are looking only for the grand arrival, the dramatic success. But the universe often speaks first in whispers, in small nudges and quiet alignments. To recognize them is to affirm your shift. To strengthen the new signal you are broadcasting. To ignore them is to fall back into the old vibration of doubt and waiting. Isla embraced these small signs with gratitude, allowing each synchronicity to deepen her certainty. She entered her writing into the contest without hesitation, and months later held her first published story in trembling hands. But in truth, the real victory had occurred long before the letter arrived. It had occurred the moment she became the writer in her own mind and spirit, and the universe had begun weaving confirmations at her feet. The ancient ritual of recognizing invisible proof begins with heightened awareness. Today, as you move through your day, watch for small signs, tiny alignments that feel too perfect to be chance. Treat them as sacred confirmations. Smile when they appear. Whisper, "Thank you." Understand that each one is a message from life itself. You have shifted. The new reality is already unfolding. Keep walking. It is already here. In the gaslit evenings of London in 1933, Eleanor Whitmore stitched hems and cuffs by the firelight, her mind often wandering far from the humble parlor where she worked. She dreamed of designing grand gowns, of seeing her creations sweep through ballroom floors and drawing rooms, but the facts of her life seemed to chain her to a smaller destiny. Each time she dared to imagine more, she quickly pulled herself back, scolding her heart for reaching beyond its station. Reality was hard, she told herself. Dreams were delicate things, easily broken. But one evening, after completing her work, Eleanor sat back and allowed herself to drift without correction. She imagined her name whispered with admiration among the city's elite. She pictured her gowns adorning women who danced beneath chandeliers. Most importantly, she allowed herself to feel the pride, the fulfillment, the quiet certainty of already being the designer she dreamed of becoming. The emotion warmed her more deeply than the fire ever could. For those few minutes, Eleanor did not long for her dream. She lived inside it. She thought little of it afterward, yet something subtle shifted in her days. A neighbor introduced her to a dressmaker in need of an assistant, a minor role, but one that placed her close to the world she had only dared to feel a few nights before. From that small doorway, a path unfolded that would, within 2 years, lead her to a renowned fashion house, her designs eventually gracing the society pages she once only admired from afar. Manifestation does not happen merely by thinking or wishing. It happens by building an emotional blueprint strong enough to attract reality into form. Feelings are the architects of your future, the silent shapers of the unseen. When you feel an experience as real before it has arrived, you create a magnetic field around you that pulls it closer. The universe does not distinguish between what is seen and what is vividly felt. It moves in response to your inner landscape, your emotional certainty. Most delay their dreams by feeling the absence of them, focusing on the gap rather than the fulfillment. They unknowingly reinforce the distance by vibrating with longing instead of completion. But when you dare to feel it real, when you embody the emotion of the desired outcome before it materializes, you collapse the distance between you and the life you seek. Eleanor's success did not come because she found the perfect strategy or waited for permission. It came because she dared to live, even briefly, in the emotional frequency of her dream fulfilled. Life, loyal to the emotional commands we send, simply followed the blueprint she had quietly laid down. The ancient ritual of emotional construction begins with inner immersion. Today, pick one desire you hold close. Set aside logic. Set aside appearances. Close your eyes and feel yourself living it now. Feel the pride, the peace, the gratitude, the satisfaction. Let it flood you fully, without doubting, without questioning. Carry that feeling with you like an invisible crown. Watch how reality, sensing your new foundation, cannot help but rise to build upon it. Dreams do not manifest because you chase them. They manifest because you live them first within. Feel it real, and the world will follow. In the sun-washed courtyards of Athens in 1935, Nikos Stavros sat under the shade of an olive tree, polishing the marble statues he carved by hand. Each chisel mark carried his longing, a silent plea for recognition, for opportunity, for proof that his labor would not be swallowed by the anonymity of the crowded city. Yet despite his tireless work, attention eluded him. Patrons passed him by, barely pausing to glance at his careful creations. The more he worried, the more frantic his energy became, until even he could feel it buzzing uncomfortably around him like a swarm of unseen bees. One day, as the heat slowed the city into a golden stillness, Nikos dropped his tools and simply sat in the dust, exhausted. In the silence, a different kind of awareness settled over him, a deep, steady sense that nothing was missing except his own trust. He realized that his anxiety was repelling the very opportunities he longed for. Each day he had carved not only stone but invisible walls of tension around himself. He had broadcast his need, his urgency, his inner chaos, and the world, sensitive to vibration, had responded faithfully. Nikos understood then that success would not come because he worried enough to deserve it. It would come when he created a field around him so calm, so certain, that reality had no choice but to lean in. The magnetic field that draws dreams toward you is not born of struggle. It is born of calm certainty. It is the quiet energy that says, without words, I am already whole. I am already connected to what I seek. Anxiety, even when dressed in hope, whispers to life, I am not sure. I am afraid it won't happen. Certainty, pure, relaxed certainty, whispers something else. I know it is done. Nikos began to live differently after that afternoon. He no longer rushed to finish his sculptures. He no longer strained to be seen. He moved through each day with a deliberate slowness, an inward knowing that his work would reach the right eyes at the right time. And it did. A visiting merchant drawn not just to the beauty of the statues, but to the peaceful field Nikos carried, commissioned several pieces for a grand new villa. Word spread quickly. Nikos's calmness had spoken louder than desperation ever could. The ancient ritual of anchoring the calm field begins with inner alignment. Today, choose one area where anxiety has crept into your dreams. Instead of tightening your grip, release it. Close your eyes and find the place inside you where trust lives. Even if it is small, even if it trembles, breathe into it. Let it grow until it becomes the dominant frequency you carry. Move through your tasks with quiet assurance. Smile not because you are convincing yourself, but because you know. Watch how reality softens around you, how people respond without knowing why, how events unfold without force. Certainty without anxiety is the quiet song that life cannot resist. Play it and watch the world gather at your feet. In the stone-paved alleys of Lisbon in 1937, Tomás Ferreira delivered letters by foot, his satchel heavy against his side. Each day he moved through the city's winding streets with a heart burdened by regrets of the past and fears for the future. He thought often of the schooling he never finished, the job opportunities he had missed, the mistakes that he imagined had chained his destiny forever. He dreamed of a better life, of owning a bookstore where poets and thinkers gathered, but each time the dream surfaced, it drowned beneath the weight of what had already happened and the uncertainty of what might come. Tomás lived in two places at once, yesterday's sorrow and tomorrow's worry, yet he stood powerless in both. One afternoon, caught in a sudden rainstorm, Tomás took shelter under the arch of a crumbling aqueduct. As he listened to the rain drum against the stones, an old monk passed by and, seeing Tomas's heavy expression, paused. "Change," the monk said with a knowing smile, "does not come from time. It comes from now." Then he disappeared into the mist. The simplicity of those words rooted Tomas to the spot. What if his life was not trapped by the past, nor postponed to the future? What if it could be shaped entirely and immediately from the point of now? Most believe that their present is the result of their past, and that their future will be the result of their present. They live caught in a chain reaction, dragging the weight of old identities behind them, trying to outrun them toward a future that always seems just beyond reach. Yet in the deeper structure of reality, past, present, and future are not a straight line. They are fluid, overlapping fields, all accessed through the present moment. The only true point of power is now. Tomas understood, standing under that archway, that no matter what had happened before, no matter the missed chances, the lost years, he could choose differently now. He returned home and, for the first time in months, sat down and wrote a list of books he would carry in his imagined store. He spoke aloud to the empty room as if welcoming customers through a door not yet built. He arranged his few possessions with care, treating them as treasures in a shop already thriving. Within weeks, an aging bookseller he had once delivered letters to offered Tomas a part-time job organizing shelves. A small offer, but one that carried the thread of a new timeline woven from a new present. Change does not wait for the past to be rewritten or for the future to become clear. It is summoned by a shift in now, by a decision, a feeling, a new identity, embraced before evidence appears. The ancient ritual of present anchoring begins with immediate action. Today, catch yourself when your mind drifts to old regrets or anxious tomorrows. Pull your awareness back into now. Ask, what small action, what small shift in being can I make right here, right now, that reflects the life I wish to live? Then do it. No delay, no doubt. Watch how reality, sensing your shift, begins to move. Not tomorrow, now, always now. In the mist-covered valleys of Bavaria in 1933, Otto Weber spent his days carving wooden toys in a small, smoky workshop tucked behind the village square. His hands were skilled and steady. Yet year after year, his life remained unchanged, an endless repetition of modest sales and quiet evenings. He often wondered why some merchants flourished while others, like himself, remained invisible. To the casual eye, it seemed like luck or the favor of fortune. Yet as the seasons passed, a deeper question began to gnaw at him. What if it was not luck at all, but something hidden in plain sight? One evening, while walking home under a sky heavy with stars, Otto met an old clockmaker who had once been known throughout the region for his unmatched craftsmanship. They spoke for hours, and before they parted, the clockmaker leaned in close and said, "It's not what your hands make that changes your life. It's what your heart builds before your hands ever move." Those words echoed through Otto's mind like the striking of a deep bell. What if reality did not begin with action at all, but with something far quieter, far earlier, the silent architecture of intention? Most believe that reality is constructed through visible effort alone, brick by brick, hour by hour. They trust only what they can measure and see. Yet every visible structure first rises in the unseen. Every bridge, every city, every revolution begins in the invisible cathedral of the mind. Intention, the focused inner decision to bring something into existence, is not a weak force. It is the blueprint life reads before it moves its pieces. Otto changed that night. Before carving a single toy, he would sit quietly by the fire and imagine children laughing, parents smiling, joy rippling outward from the simple shapes he created. He set his intention not merely to sell toys, but to craft small vessels of happiness and wonder. His work carried a different energy after that, so subtle the eye could not see it, but strong enough that people felt it without understanding why. Within a year, his toys were carried to markets far beyond his village. Orders arrived from places he had never visited. His world expanded, not through harder labor, but through clearer, invisible structure. Intention organizes the raw material of reality. Without it, actions scatter into noise. With it, actions crystallize into symphonies. You are always building in the unseen, whether you realize it or not. Every thought, every decision, every quiet expectation shapes the architecture that life then fleshes out. The ancient ritual of conscious structuring begins with deliberate intention. Today, before you act toward any goal, whether a conversation, a project, or a dream, pause, close your eyes, feel the final result already complete. Set the blueprint firmly in the unseen. Then move forward, knowing the foundations are already laid. Watch how life organizes itself around the invisible structures you dared to build first within. You are not a passive wanderer through circumstance. You are the architect behind the walls you have not yet seen. Build wisely. Build with vision. Build unseen, and watch the visible world bow to your design. In the sunlit vineyards of Tuscany in 1936, Lorenzo Romano toiled under the weight of baskets heavy with grapes, his skin bronzed by years of labor under an unforgiving sun. His family had harvested these fields for generations, believing in the virtue of hard work, the nobility of relentless effort. Yet despite their toil, prosperity always seemed just beyond reach, like a horizon that receded the closer they chased it. Lorenzo, taught by every hand that raised him, that life yielded only to force, pushed harder with each season, trying to wrest abundance from the earth. And still, each year ended with just enough to survive, but never enough to thrive. One evening, after a particularly grueling day, Lorenzo sat on the hillside watching the wind ripple through the vines. He noticed how the breeze did not push the grapes into ripeness. It coaxed them. The earth did not force the roots to deepen. It allowed them. Everything in nature grew through a dance of giving and receiving, not through brutal demand. In that moment, a profound understanding pierced him. He had been trying to drag life toward him through sheer effort, never realizing that life moves most powerfully toward the open hand, not the clenched fist. Receiving is not a passive act. It is a powerful magnetic force, as real as gravity itself. Allowing creates a field around you that pulls what you desire closer, not through strain but through resonance. When you are open, relaxed, trusting, you become a point of attraction so strong that opportunities, resources, and miracles cannot help but gravitate toward you. When you are tense, desperate, demanding, you generate a repelling field, pushing away the very things you chase. Lorenzo began to live differently after that evening. He still worked, but he worked from a place of openness, of trust, that the land, the seasons, and life itself were conspiring with him, not against him. He stopped grasping at every potential buyer with desperation and instead welcomed those who were aligned with the spirit of his harvest. Word spread. His wines began to command higher prices, not because the grapes had changed, but because his energy had. The unseen truth is that life responds not only to your effort, but to your openness. Effort without allowing is like rowing against the current. Allowing without action is like drifting without direction. But when you move from aligned action and relaxed reception, you harness the full physics of reality. The ancient ritual of gravitational receiving begins with soft expansion. Today, notice where you have been forcing outcomes, clenching so tightly that life has no space to enter. Breathe. Soften. Open your hands, literally and metaphorically. Affirm, I allow what is meant for me to come easily. Then watch. Feel how small signs, unexpected meetings, and quiet shifts begin to gather around you. The force that pulls planets through the heavens is the same force that pulls your dreams into being. Allow it. Trust it. Let receiving be your greatest strength, and watch how reality rushes to meet you. In the quiet mornings of Assisi in 1934, Sophia Bernardi knelt in the cool stone chapel, her fingers folded in silent prayer. Day after day she returned to the same wooden pew, asking for a new beginning, a life beyond the small bakery where she dusted loaves and wiped counters from dawn until night. Her prayers were earnest, her heart sincere, yet each morning she rose from the stone floor with the same heavy uncertainty. It seemed the heavens listened but did not reply. The life she longed for remained distant, an unanswered echo lost in the high arches above. One morning, as the golden light spilled through the stained glass, something shifted inside her. As she whispered her prayer for the 1,000th time, she caught herself. Her words were pleading, her spirit dripping with the quiet assumption that her desire was far away. Without thinking, she changed her prayer mid-breath. She stopped asking and began thanking. She thanked life for the path already unfolding, for the opportunities already being prepared, for the new life already meeting her. She rose from the pew different, not because anything around her had changed, but because she chose to walk as if her prayer had already been answered. The profound secret that life quietly guards is that prayers are not fulfilled when they are repeated with longing. They are fulfilled when you live in their answer, when you act, speak, and think from the emotional state of already having received. You align your entire being with the reality you desire. The universe, sensitive to the frequencies you embody, mirrors your certainty back to you. Most people continue to pray, to ask, to plead while simultaneously carrying the vibration of absence. They act as though their dreams are still pending, and so life, ever faithful, reflects the delay. But when you dare to act from the fulfilled prayer, when you carry yourself with the quiet joy, gratitude, and confidence of someone who already possesses what they once sought, you collapse the waiting. Reality reshapes itself to match the frequency of your inner state. Sophia no longer moved through her days with a heavy heart. She walked the market with the poise of a woman expanding her bakery into new places, smiled at patrons as if welcoming old friends into a thriving business. Opportunities unfolded naturally. A chance meeting with a merchant led to a partnership. A vacant stall became available at a bustling crossroads. Within a year, she stood behind the counter of her own cafe, sunlight pouring in through wide windows, her life the embodiment of the prayer she had once only dared to whisper. The ancient ritual of living in the answer begins with emotional assumption. Today, take one desire you have been holding in prayer or hope. Close your eyes. Imagine how you would feel if it were already real. Let that feeling flood you completely. Then move through your day as if nothing more needs to be asked, only received. Watch how life responds, not to your words, but to your embodied certainty. The answer has always been ready. It was only waiting for you to live it. In the salt-laden breezes of Marseille in 1935, Julien Moreau paced the length of the harbor, his boots scuffing the worn wooden planks. For months he had been courting investors for his dream, a small fleet of fishing boats to replace the aging vessels his family had relied on for generations. Every meeting, every conversation, he carried the same heavy energy, urgency wrapped tightly around hope. He pressed harder, argued longer, clung fiercely to each possibility. Yet no matter how compelling his case, the agreements slipped away like ships disappearing into a fog, leaving him stranded in a sea of waiting. One afternoon, exhausted from yet another failed negotiation, Julien slumped against a stone seawall and stared out at the open water. He watched how the boats floated effortlessly, carried by the invisible rhythms of the tide. The fishermen did not thrash against the currents. They trusted the pull of the sea, adjusting their sails with quiet surrender. In that moment, a deep understanding settled into his bones. Maybe the struggle itself was the very thing delaying what he wanted. Maybe he needed not to hold tighter, but to let go. The drop, the moment of true surrender, is the most misunderstood art in the creation of anything. To the mind trained by struggle, surrender feels like giving up. But in the deeper architecture of reality, surrender is not defeat. It is alignment. It is the releasing of frantic energy, the soft opening through which your desires are finally allowed to flow freely toward you. Until you drop the heavy insistence, the energy of needing keeps what you want just beyond your grasp. Julien decided to stop pushing. He stopped rehearsing speeches in his head. He stopped chasing contacts who showed no real interest. He dropped the anxious need to make it happen, and for the first time moved with the calm expectation that the right support would find him, or that something better would unfold. Within days, an old family friend returning from overseas heard of his plans and offered to invest, not with skepticism or hesitation, but with enthusiasm. Julien's fleet came together faster than he could have orchestrated, with all the strained effort in the world. Most believe that arrival is achieved by tightening their grip, by forcing harder. Yet arrival, true arrival, happens when you let the dream go, not into oblivion, but into trust. You signal to the universe that you no longer question its unfolding, and in response, life rushes in where fear once stood. The ancient ritual of surrender begins with a conscious drop. Today, identify one desire you have been holding too tightly. Feel the tension, the strain of trying to force it into being. Then breathe deeply and release it. Declare within yourself, "It is done. I no longer carry the weight." Return to living with lightness. Watch how doors open not because you battered them down, but because you removed the pressure that kept them closed. The drop is not the end of creation. It is the clearing that makes creation inevitable. Let go, and what you seek will flow into the space you finally made ready. In the smoky train stations of Berlin in 1937, Emil Hartmann hauled crates of luggage for travelers bound for distant cities he only dreamed of visiting. Each day he watched well-dressed passengers glide past him, their steps light with certainty, their destinations clear. Emil believed he was trapped by circumstance, a worker's life bound to the weight of heavy loads and heavier expectations. He imagined a different life, one where he was not invisible but respected, not surviving but thriving. Yet every time he pictured it, he placed it far ahead of him, on a track he could only reach by walking countless weary miles. One evening, wiping the dust from his cap as a grand train roared away into the dusk, a radical thought struck him. What if the distance was not real? What if he could step into the life he longed for, not by walking harder, but by becoming someone new now? The secret hidden from most is that reality does not require years of slow change to shift. Reality responds instantly to identity. When you change who you are being, not superficially but deeply, at the level of belief, emotion, and embodiment, you do not crawl through gradual progress. You leap, you shift into a different reality where what once seemed distant becomes natural, inevitable, obvious. The world around you reorganizes to match the new self you dare to embody. Emil began small but with fierce clarity. He stood taller, he spoke differently, not as the tired laborer, but as the man he imagined himself becoming. A man of importance, of dignity, of vision. He educated himself in the quiet hours, studying business practices, learning the language of opportunity. But more than action, it was his identity that shifted first. He stopped seeing himself as a man waiting for a break and started seeing himself as someone who already belonged in a bigger story. Within a year, a chance meeting with a traveling merchant, sparked simply because Emil now carried himself with the energy of a man worth speaking to, led to an offer to manage freight operations for a growing company. It was not magic, it was not luck, it was the law of reality responding to a new blueprint, most live as though their external circumstances must shift first. and then they will feel differently about themselves. But the invisible architecture of life is built the other way around. Identity is the elevator that lifts you into new timelines. Shift your inner self, and the outer world scrambles to catch up. The ancient ritual of identity ascension begins with a declaration. Today, choose the version of yourself who already lives the life you desire. Step into their posture, their thoughts, their choices. Move through your day as if you are already them, because you are. Watch how doors open, how invitations appear, how the landscape around you rearranges to meet the new you. You do not have to wait for slow, linear change. The elevator is waiting. All it requires is the courage to step in and press the button marked, "Already Mine." In the golden squares of Prague in 1938, Anna Vesely wove through the market stalls, balancing a tray of pastries she sold to make ends meet. Each morning she whispered wishes into the cold dawn, hoping the right patron would find her, that luck would lift her from a life too small for her swelling dreams. Yet each day she returned home with little more than crumbs and aching feet. She believed, as so many do, that if she could just shout louder, run faster, push harder, perhaps life would finally notice her. One afternoon, resting her tray on the edge of a fountain, Anna watched a street performer gather a crowd without saying a word. He stood still, painted head to toe in silver, his presence alone drawing people to him like moths to a flame. They could not help but look, could not help but be pulled into his silent gravity. In that moment, Anna realized something her years of effort had hidden from her. Power was not in the chase, it was in the being. The magnetic self does not beg, does not plead, does not race after what it desires. It draws it in by the silent, invisible force of embodiment. When you fully live in the energy of already being the one who has, who is, who creates, reality has no choice but to answer. The universe is always listening to who you are being more than to what you are doing. Anna returned to the market the next day without her tray of pastries. Instead, she carried a basket of delicate sweets she had crafted with an artist's devotion, wrapped in silk cloth and presented not as desperate goods, but as gifts from someone who already knew their value. She moved with a grace and quiet certainty that had never been there before, an invisible current swirling around her. People noticed, they stopped, they inquired. By the end of the week, a well-known cafe offered her a partnership to supply them exclusively. Anna had not shouted louder, she had become magnetic. Most people chase what they desire, believing they must capture it, yet chasing signals absence. It radiates a message of separation and lack. True attraction is a function of frequency. When your being vibrates at the level of the reality you seek, when you move, speak, and breathe as if it is already yours, you collapse the distance between yourself and the dream. You do not pull it with effort. It falls into your orbit, helpless against the force of your true embodiment. The ancient ritual of magnetic embodiment begins with a simple but profound shift. Today, close your eyes and choose one dream. Instead of reaching for it, feel it reaching for you. Stand, walk, and act from the energy of the self who already lives inside that reality. Hold it lightly, but hold it fully. Watch how people, ideas, and opportunities curve toward your field. You were never meant to chase, you were meant to attract. When you embody the reality you seek, the world cannot help but find you. It is law. It is inevitable. It is already happening the moment you decide to become it. In the narrow alleys of Venice in 1937, Matteo Rossi carried crates of fruit from the morning boats to the city's many markets. His days were a blur of movement, his mind often tangled in frustration over things beyond his control, the rising cost of supplies, the weather that spoiled shipments, the customers who haggled as if his labor meant nothing. Each small irritation piled upon the next, until Matteo's very steps seemed weighted by invisible chains. One morning, after a quarrel with another vendor, Matteo sat alone by a quiet canal and stared into the water's rippling surface. The reflection he saw was not only of his face, but of his energy, tight, jagged, heavy. In that quiet, a realization broke over him like sunlight piercing through mist. It was not the world he needed to fix first. It was himself. The instinct to correct the outer world is natural. When things feel wrong, when people disappoint, when events stall, when obstacles arise, the mind wants to change the circumstance. But the deeper, often hidden truth is that external misalignments are reflections of internal misalignments. Reality bends to the energy you carry. If you rush to fix the mirror without adjusting the face it reflects, you remain locked in endless struggle. True power lies in instant realignment, correcting your state before trying to correct the situation. Matteo made a vow that morning by the canal. Whenever frustration bubbled within him, he would stop, not to plot a solution or vent his anger, but to reset himself first. He practiced shifting his energy before taking any action, choosing to embody peace, trust, or gratitude before speaking, moving, or deciding. And slowly, the world responded differently. Disputes dissolved before they flared. Customers lingered, drawn to the ease he radiated. Even challenges that once seemed immovable softened and rearranged, as if the universe itself had caught on a different tune. Most waste precious energy trying to control outer variables without realizing they are battling their own reflection. When you correct your energy first, life naturally follows. The right words come without effort. The right opportunities arise without force. Solutions appear not because you outwitted the problem, but because you vibrated into a higher field where the problem could not survive. The ancient ritual of instant realignment begins with awareness. Today, when tension arises, resist the old habit of immediate reaction. Pause. Step back inwardly. Ask yourself, what energy am I projecting right now? Is it in harmony with the outcome I seek? If not, choose a different state before taking another step. Choose calm over urgency, trust over fear, gratitude over irritation. Then act from the new alignment. Watch how conflicts dissolve, how doors open, how the world rearranges itself with surprising speed and grace. You are not here to wrestle reality into submission. You are here to master your frequency, knowing that the world you experience is always a faithful echo of the energy you lead with. Correct yourself first, and the mirror of life will reflect your new masterpiece. In the misted fields of Sussex in 1938, Edward Hale moved through the early morning fog with a heaviness he could not name. His life had fallen into a quiet monotony, tending sheep, repairing fences, living inside the same predictable rhythms day after day. Though he often dreamed of traveling to distant cities, publishing the stories he scribbled into tattered notebooks, the pull of routine was stronger. He told himself that the future would come when it was ready, that perhaps someday something might shift. Yet each year looked eerily like the last, and hope grew thinner with the passing seasons. One evening, as he sat by the fire rereading a passage from an old book on the mysteries of time, a strange idea wrapped itself around him. What if the future was not something to wait for, but something to remember? What if there existed a version of him who had already lived the life he longed for? And what if the key to reaching it was not building it step by step, but remembering it vividly enough to bring it into the now? The notion felt absurd yet thrilling. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to drift beyond the weary present. He imagined in intricate detail a letter arriving from a publisher, inviting him to share his work. He felt the roughness of the envelope, the disbelief melting into elation as he read the words. He smelled the ink, heard the crackle of the paper. He lived it fully in his mind, not as fantasy, but as memory. A certainty settled over him, delicate but firm. It had already happened. He only needed to walk toward it. Most live, trapped in the tyranny of past memory, dragging old failures, old limitations, old disappointments into each new moment. They assume the future must be built from the broken materials of the past. Yet reality is more fluid, more responsive than that. When you remember the future you wish to live, with emotional richness, with sensory vividness, you impress a new pattern onto the canvas of your life. Reality, faithful to the images you carry, reorganizes itself around the vision you dare to embody. Edward began acting from the certainty of his remembered future. He submitted his stories without hesitation, spoke of his work with quiet confidence instead of embarrassment. Within months, a publisher from London visiting a cousin in Sussex stumbled upon Edward's writings and offered him a contract. It seemed to the outside world a stroke of extraordinary luck. To Edward, it was simply the unfolding of what he had already remembered. The ancient ritual of future memory begins with immersion. Today, choose one dream you have placed far away in time. Close your eyes and remember it as if it had already happened. See it, feel it, inhabit it. Let it become as real as any past memory you carry. Then live your day with the certainty of someone who has already been there, who is simply moving through the final steps of arrival. Watch how time bends, how doors open, how the present reshapes itself under the weight of your remembered future. The past may have shaped where you stand, but the future you remember shapes where you are about to fly. In the crowded streets of Budapest in 1936, Laszlo Farkas weaved through the morning bustle with a satchel of architectural sketches pressed close to his chest. Each evening after his shifts carrying stone for the masons, he would retreat to his tiny rented room and unfurl blueprints of buildings he dreamed of designing. Grand arches, sweeping plazas, homes filled with light. He would stare at them for hours, willing them into existence. Yet when he rose the next morning, nothing had changed. The buildings remained trapped on paper, the life he envisioned still distant, unreachable, as though he were peering through glass at a world he could not touch. One night, exhausted from the effort of trying to push his dream into reality through thought alone, Laszlo leaned back and closed his eyes differently. He did not visualize the buildings as something separate from himself. Instead, he stepped into them. He imagined walking through the halls he had designed, running his fingers along the cool stone, hearing the echo of his footsteps through vast courtyards. He felt the pride swelling in his chest, the weight of the keys in his hand, the gratitude of those who lived inside his creations. It was not a distant hope anymore. It was a lived memory. Most are taught to visualize their goals like paintings admired from afar, pretty, inspiring, but separate. They imagine the dream lightly, as something floating above, something to wish upon. Yet true creation requires more than casual visualization. It requires embodiment, living the inner movie as real, feeling the details not as a fantasy, but as a memory you are simply moving toward. Reality does not respond to weak, detached images. It responds to the dominant frequency of your being. If your body, your emotions, your breath carry the signature of someone already living the dream, life has no choice but to rearrange itself to match. Thought is the beginning. Full emotional embodiment is the completion. Laszlo began moving through his days differently after that night. He stood taller at the construction sites, observed the master architects with the calm curiosity of someone who knew he was one of them, even if they didn't yet. He spoke about architecture not as something he hoped to study one day, but as the craft he already carried within him. Within months, a foreman noticed his sketches and recommended him to a design firm seeking new apprentices. The opportunity did not feel like a miracle. It felt inevitable because he had already lived it so many times inside himself. The ancient ritual of inner embodiment begins with full sensory immersion. Today, choose one dream you have visualized from a distance. Close your eyes. Step into it fully. Walk its streets, touch its walls, hear its sounds, feel its emotions. Then move through your day as the one who has already been there, who carries the scent, the weight, the pulse of that reality. Watch how life bends, seamlessly and faithfully, around the inner movie you dared to live as real. Dreams are not created by distant admiration. They are built through intimate, embodied certainty. Live it now, and the world will follow. In the rolling hills of Provence in 1934, Marcel Dupont tended the vineyards that had been in his family for generations. Day after day he moved among the vines, his body strong but his spirit dulled by the sameness of the seasons. Though the fields blossomed under his care, Marcel carried a quiet dissatisfaction, a yearning for something larger, an inn, a gathering place where travelers from distant lands would sip wine and share stories under the stars. He told no one of his dream, convincing himself it was impractical, something for a different kind of man in a different kind of life. One evening, after the harvest festival, Marcel wandered to the edge of the property and stood beneath the ancient cypress trees. As the night air wrapped around him, a strange certainty settled into his chest. The life he longed for was not somewhere far away, waiting for the perfect timing or permission. It was vibrating now, just out of sight, already real in a place his senses could not yet touch. He understood suddenly that if he wanted to reach it, he could not wait for circumstances to change. He would have to match its frequency himself. The tuning fork effect is one of the hidden architectures of reality. Just as two tuning forks brought close together will eventually vibrate in resonance, so too does life begin to match the dominant vibration you hold within. You do not force reality to shift through frantic effort. You call it into alignment by embodying the energy of the life you seek, regardless of current appearances. Frequency, held steady and strong, reorganizes the world around you to mirror it. Marcel began to live differently after that night. He moved through the vineyards with a different posture, a quiet pride blooming in his step. He spoke to visitors as if they were already guests in his future inn. He allowed himself to feel the joy of pouring wine for travelers, the satisfaction of stories unfolding under his roof. Though the vineyard remained the same, Marcel's inner world vibrated at a higher octave, and slowly the outer world caught up. A cousin returned from Paris with investment interest. A local artisan offered to help renovate an abandoned farmhouse. Within 2 years, Marcel stood behind the bar of his own inn, welcoming guests whose laughter filled the valley. Most people shift their energy like a flickering flame, brightening with hope and then dimming with doubt. They wonder why life does not respond consistently, but life, like all energy fields, tunes itself to what is steady. Hold the note even when the outer world has not yet caught the sound. Trust that the field is listening, adjusting, drawing new forms into place. The ancient ritual of vibrational steadiness begins with unwavering embodiment. Today, pick the frequency of the life you are calling in: abundance, love, creativity, peace. Set it within you like a steady tone. Return to it each time doubt or frustration pulls you off key. Breathe it, walk it, speak from it. Watch how reality, faithful to the laws of resonance, begins to hum in tune with the song you refuse to stop singing. The world will always find its way to the note you dare to hold. In the stone alleys of Toledo in 1935, Isabel Morales sold hand-woven scarves from a small stall beside the cathedral. Each morning she would whisper affirmations into the early mist, convincing herself that abundance was flowing to her, that success was certain. She had read that changing her thoughts could change her life, and she clung to this hope like a lifeline. Yet after months of diligent affirmations and careful intentions, little seemed to shift. The same handful of customers, the same tight earnings. A quiet frustration began to creep in beneath her practiced optimism. One afternoon, after a slow market day, Isabel sat beneath the ancient arches and listened to a traveling preacher who spoke not of sermons, but of sound. He told a small crowd that when a bell is rung in a vast cathedral, its tone fills every corner, bouncing and amplifying through stone and wood. It is not the striking of the bell alone that changes the space. It is the echo, carrying and reinforcing the sound outward. As the preacher's words faded into the warm dusk, Isabel understood what she had been missing. She had struck the internal bell, but she had not let its echo fill the visible world. The echo principle teaches that inner changes must ripple outward into physical action for reality to fully respond. Inner transformation is the seed, but action is the water, the sun, the movement that amplifies and anchors the new frequency. You cannot think your way into a new life while continuing to behave exactly as you did before. The internal shift must be allowed to echo outward into your choices, your posture, your voice, your deeds. It is the echo that transforms empty hope into embodied truth. Isabel returned to her stall with a new approach. She no longer simply whispered affirmations before opening her shop. She acted them. She redesigned her display to reflect the abundance she now claimed. She wore her finest scarves proudly, instead of saving them for better days. She greeted each customer as if they were already part of the thriving, joyful business she envisioned. Slowly and then swiftly, the world responded. A traveler bought half her stock to resell in Madrid. A local shopkeeper invited her to display her work inside his more prominent storefront. Isabel's inner shift had finally been mirrored, not because she thought harder, but because she let her inner transformation echo outward into the physical. Most people stop at the threshold of change. They cultivate new beliefs but fail to act from them. They plant seeds but never water the soil. They wonder why the world remains stubborn when their hearts have moved. But the universe listens to the echoes as much as the whispers. It waits for the sound to fill the cathedral. The ancient ritual of amplifying inner change begins with courageous action. Today, notice one internal shift you have made, a new belief, a new identity, and find one physical way to express it. Dress differently, speak differently, move differently. Act as if the internal bell you have rung is now singing through every part of your life. Watch how reality, hearing the echo, rushes to adjust the world around you. Inner change is the beginning. Outer echo is the completion. Strike the bell, then let it ring. In the quiet gardens of Kyoto in 1936, Haruki Watanabe raked the gravel paths into flowing patterns, his every movement slow and deliberate. Tourists often admired the beauty of the gardens, commenting on how peaceful and perfect the arrangement seemed, as if nature and the gardener were separate, the artist commanding the earth into order. Yet Haruki knew a deeper truth. He did not impose designs onto the garden. He listened. He moved with it. In each sweep of his rake, he responded to the subtle inclinations of the earth, the bend of the trees, the shape of the stones. There was no separation between the garden and himself. They were part of the same unfolding. That spring, after a night of heavy rain, Haruki arrived to find one of the largest paths washed away into disarray. At first, a flicker of frustration rose in him, the instinct to blame the storm, to see the destruction as something that had happened to him, pressed at the edges of his mind. But standing there, damp earth under his sandals, he breathed in the cool morning air and remembered, nothing is separate, not the rain, not the garden, not even the seeming ruin. All of it was an expression of the same great fabric he was part of. And so, he began again, not fighting the new patterns carved by the storm, but weaving them into a new design more beautiful than the first. The last and greatest illusion that binds most is the idea of separation, the belief that life is happening to you, that circumstances are external forces pressing against your will. This illusion creates struggle, resistance, alienation. It convinces you that you must battle your surroundings, control your future, protect yourself against the unpredictable forces of existence. But the deeper truth, quietly waiting for your recognition, is that nothing is separate. Reality is not an external mechanism to manipulate. It is an extension of your consciousness, as much a part of you as your breath or your dreams. When you drop the illusion of separation, you stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and begin asking, "What is this reflecting within me?" You stop fighting life as an opponent and begin dancing with it as a partner. Power does not come from domination. It comes from participation, from remembering that every challenge, every triumph, every face you encounter is woven into the same endless tapestry you yourself are threading with each thought and feeling. Haruki's garden flourished not because he imposed his will on it, but because he allowed himself to be in constant conversation with it. He shaped it, and it shaped him. Together they created something neither could have produced alone. The ancient ritual of unity remembrance begins with still awareness. Today, when you face an obstacle, a triumph, a conversation, pause and whisper inwardly, "This is not separate from me." Feel the boundary dissolve. Respond not with force, but with the deep knowing that you and life are one continuous current, shaping and reshaping one another. Watch how struggles soften, how opportunities appear without resistance, how the world begins to mirror not conflict, but wholeness. The last illusion is separation. Drop it, and you will find yourself standing not against the universe, but within it, powerful beyond measure. In the windswept hills of Santorini in 1938, Elena Papadopoulos sat alone on a crumbling stone terrace, staring out at the endless stretch of the Aegean Sea. Her life had been a long and tireless pursuit of love, of recognition, of security, of the feeling that something, somewhere, would finally complete her. She had traveled to distant cities, studied under wise teachers, labored to build a modest but respectable life, yet the quiet ache inside her never truly faded. It was always something just beyond reach, something she could not seem to grasp, no matter how far she stretched her hands. On that evening, the sky rippled with the last colors of sunset, and the waves whispered their ancient songs against the rocks below. Elena felt a deep and unusual stillness settle over her, a silence so full it seemed to hum. For the first time in her life, she stopped reaching. She simply sat, breathing with the sea, the sky, the earth. And in that sacred stillness, the truth arrived not as a thunderous revelation, but as a soft, undeniable knowing. There was nothing outside of her that could complete her. There never had been. She was not missing a piece. She was the source she had been seeking. The final awakening is not an achievement or a reward for years of effort. It is the simple, profound realization that you are not a seeker looking for something lost. You are not a fragment trying to reunite with a distant whole. You are the creator, the wellspring, the origin point from which your entire experience has always flowed. Every desire, every longing, every external goal has been a mirror, reflecting the power and fullness already within you, waiting for recognition. Most live their lives believing that fulfillment lies out there, in success, in love, in acceptance, in future moments brighter than the one they are living. They search endlessly, often growing weary, sometimes bitter, wondering why life seems to withhold what they seek. Yet life has withheld nothing. It has only mirrored their belief that they are incomplete. The moment you remember that the river does not seek the ocean because it is lost, but because it already carries the ocean within it, you awaken to your true nature. Elena's life did not transform overnight into a parade of miracles. The sea did not suddenly turn to gold, nor did the stars rearrange themselves in celebration, but her experience of life shifted completely. She no longer moved through the world as a beggar at a locked gate. She moved as a sovereign being, filled already with what she once thought she lacked. Opportunities, relationships, and joy blossomed naturally, not because she chased them, but because they rose to meet the radiance she had finally claimed. The ancient ritual of source remembrance begins with silent acceptance. Today, sit in stillness for a few moments. Release all seeking. Release all chasing. Whisper inwardly, "I am the source." Feel the fullness that already lives beneath your breath, your thoughts, your striving. Watch how life, sensing the awakening within you, responds not with more paths to chase, but with the simple, undeniable reflection of who you have always been. You are not becoming, you are not finding, you are remembering, and the moment you do, the journey ends where it truly began, with you.